Now live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome everyone to the Operations and Policy and Planning meeting for Monday, May the 9th. I hope all the mothers out there had a lovely Mother's Day yesterday and took some time for themselves and did whatever they wanted to do, basically. Weather hasn't been great out there, but it's looking more like spring today than it has, so we'll take it. I'd like to do the acknowledgement. The Greater Victoria School District wishes to recognize and acknowledge the Esquimalt and Songhees nations on whose traditional territories we live, we learn, and we do our work. Everybody else, just before we went to live, Trustee Tom Ferris will be joining us slightly later. He is in transit and will be joining us shortly. So could I have approval of the agenda for May the 9th?
Motion to approve.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Painter. And any amendments or additions or anything before we move forward? Okay, all those in favor of the agenda? That's
Aye.
okay. Thank you very much, and that's unanimous. Approval of the minutes of April the 11th. Could somebody move that, please? Trustee Waters, thank you. Any amendments to that? Any issues? Trustee Whitaker.
Yeah, I just wonder if under C1, under the admin reg, where it says trustees ask questions of clarification, could we just add and made suggestions to change language in the dress code policy to better reflect our outcomes, our desired outcomes? Just because we did change the regulations after that, the wording.
We didn't make changes last month, did we? On that?
I made the suggestion to change violation to a different language, and my understanding is that.
Oh, okay, just that word. Okay,
yeah.
So noted. I thought you meant more than that. Okay.
No.
Thank you very much. Any other changes to the minutes? Suggestions? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of approval of the minutes, raise your hand, please.
Aye.
Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Any business arising from the minutes? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move forward. We have no presentations to the committee. We'll go straight to superintendent's reports, staffing updates. C1, District Principal Sherbas. Tammy.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I am going to be speaking to 2 pages in your packet, page 10 and 11. So I'll be referring to a few things there. So in the packet that has been provided, on page 10, there is a table. And the table indicates our staffing numbers, our current staffing numbers for the year. And this is for all of our staffing groups. So all 6 of our employee groups are shown. You can see on the far left that we have all of our staff that are in continuing contracts. And then in the middle column, we have all of our on-call or casual employees. Again, in all of our 6 employee groups. And then on the far right, those are our new hires that we've had. And by new hires, I mean for this school year. So anyone that's been hired to work between July 1st of 2021 and May 1st of 2022. So as you can see, I'm going to be focusing on QP 947 for educational staffing and our teaching staffing for the GVTA. So first of all, with GVTA, as you can see on the table, we continue to hire TTOCs almost daily. This year to date, we have hired 163 TTOCs. We continue to have an excellent relationship with UVic and with BIU. We have several teacher candidates from those schools, as well as from the mainland. So Simon Fraser, UBC. During the COVID time, I'm sure a lot of the people wanted to stay a little bit closer to home, so we were able to accommodate those teacher practicums here in our district. And we were fortunate in that we got to hire a lot of those teacher candidates as well. And that's what often times happens, is that the teacher candidates are interviewed even before the end of their practicums. So we definitely want to get all of those successful teachers hired. What we have noticed, however, is that we do hire on a lot of teacher candidates, but they don't make themselves available right away for TTOC. I don't know whether it's COVID or whether people are taking advantage of the cheaper flights during this time of the year. So, but hopefully we will have more staff that are available in times to come. We've just noticed that that is a little bit of a difference in what we're seeing with some of our candidates. We continue to have some challenges in specialization areas when it comes to teacher staffing. French immersion is one of our big ones, whether it be elementary or middle school, as well as French language teachers. 20% of our student population in the district is French immersion. So again, trying to get staffing to accommodate the 20% is oftentimes challenging. We also have challenges in our elective areas when it comes to tech ed, industrial ed, home economics, as well as in some of our senior courses, specifically the sciences and the maths, as well as computer science. So we are focusing on those areas. We continue to monitor the availability of our TTOCs to cover daily replacements. Oftentimes when it depends on the time of the week, it depends on what illnesses look like. Unfortunately, the common cold is back. So illnesses have gone up there. Although there haven't been significant challenges when it comes to TTOC replacement, we are noticing, especially end of the year, May and June, that our numbers are somewhat growing. So we're just we're keeping tabs on that. Currently, we are in process of staffing for the next school year, and we've just gone through a mobility round. By mobility, I mean it's 0.7 or greater continuing contracts for teachers, and these are 0.7 teachers that are moving into 0.7 or higher jobs. So in that round, we had about 62 postings. By the way, 17 of which were French immersion. So that just shows how high our need is for French immersion. So out of that, we will be doing some reposts, but we do begin another mobility round tomorrow for our teachers. And again, the concept of the mobility round is just to get some of our continuing contract teachers that have been within the district, have been in certain schools for a while, a chance to move around in the district. So that's kind of what we do with the mobility. At the end of May, we will also be dealing with our teachers who did not secure employment in their school. So these are the teachers that we have deemed excess to needs. We have about 18 of those teachers, not quite 18 FTE. They actually totaled 10.22 FTE, probably the best that we've had in the last couple of years. But with the number of jobs that we actually have out there and the amount of FTE available, we know that there will not be any difficulty for those people to secure positions. So we do not anticipate any layoffs for our teaching staff this year. Just a few comments now on our QP educational staffing. Along with other districts in the province, again, we continue to experience shortages when it comes to EA staffing. Currently, even though COVID looks like it's on the downswing, it definitely did create havoc for us this year. We actually couldn't have as many EA bridge programs that we had hoped to have, but we did have 2. And we are currently in a session right now. We have 25 participants in our bridge program. So hopefully by mid-May, we will have anywhere between 20 and 25 more EAs in our system. So that's always exciting. We continue to hire and explore retention strategies. And with the last budget round and the trustees incorporating more hours into our EA bank, we're hoping that that helps as we move forward, as we hope that providing paid professional development opportunities and training will also help. So that's very encouraging as we move forward. So we're also in the staffing process for QP 947. At this time, we are aware of 19 staff who didn't receive positions for the upcoming year, but currently we are also aware that there are 33 postings that will be happening in June. So again, we are definitely, we're definitely encouraged that these employees will be able to secure employment as well by the end of the year. So very positive there. At the end of the memo, I did mention that there are some changes to the Employment Standards Act. There was an amendment regarding the sick leave, and it's regarding the 5-day paid sick leave entitlement for casual or spare board employees. So that change, although it seems to be a very simple change, has not been so simple for the districts right now. So we're struggling a little bit, not just our district, but other districts in the province, on how to actually incorporate that change into our system, as well as we're not really too sure what implications this will have on our system when it comes to replacements and or budget implications. So as things unfold there, I'll be able to provide a more robust report to the trustees as we move through that. So just to conclude, I appreciate all the difficult decisions that the trustees had to make around budgeting, but HR and the schools, we do really appreciate the timeline, and it really helped us do our jobs very, very efficiently and effectively. So I thank you for that, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to present tonight.
Thanks very much, Tammy, for the update. I see Trustee Whitaker has a question, and then Trustee Duncan.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all of this information, Tammy. My first question is just kind of silly, but what does the G stand for in EAG?
Sorry?
What
Oh,
does
general,
the G?
sorry.
General. Okay, thank you. Just
Education
if I ever hear that again, I want to know what that means.
No problem.
And then just noting that we are continuing with the quick training program for with 25. I wonder if we have ever considered, or if there is the thought of coming up with some type of a relationship with Camosun for our own high school students to be trained to become EAs. I just know that so many of our students also have like real life lived experiences with their siblings and whatnot, that I just see that that might be an opportunity. You know, it's a good paying job when you're in your early 20s. It might not be, you know, in the same position when you're in your 30s with young children that you also need to support, but just a thought.
Mm-hmm. I know we have had some discussions, but it may be worth having more discussions moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the district principal. I really appreciate having such a comprehensive report, so we know where we stand from an HR perspective. And I appreciate also the comments and your reflections on the impacts that budgeting has had, and some of the decisions that the board has made, that and the impacts associated with those. That feedback is certainly greatly appreciated. My question is also around the EA bridging program. I wondered if you could give us a little bit of information on the completion rate, and also how many we retain. So how many we end up hiring as a result of those that have completed the program.
Mm-hmm. So with our bridge program, we bring in anywhere between, I'd say, 15 to 25. And within the first couple of, I'd say within the first 5 days, we get a really good sense of who is going to complete or not. Sometimes there's just a parting of the ways in that that's not what the candidate thought that being an EA was going to be about, and sometimes the fit just isn't there. But mostly the people that we do interview, and we do interview for the Bridge program, tend to be a very good fit. But oftentimes it's either there isn't a good fit, or maybe a person can't actually complete the entire program. It's very important that they attend the entire program. Again, it's just it's full days, and it's very important to be there every day. So sometimes either an illness or another commitment may get in the way of that. We have had people that leave the program and then come back during another Bridge program. As for retention, I believe we've looked at the retention rate. I think I presented at one time to the board that the retention rate wanes as we go through. So I looked back to, I believe the first time we did this was in 2018. And of that time, I think we have about 50% of the people that actually took the program, and higher as we move along, different retention rates for each of the different years. It is information that I could bring back. But what we do is we have a problem retaining, period. And as you can see with the numbers that we hire, I mean, we hired 116 EAs this year. It is keeping the EAs that we have in the last 2 to 3 years. And we just find that more and more leave because they're just not getting the number of hours that they need. A lot of times when EAs are in programs like Camosun, they don't just get the education for EA, but they also, it's a dual program in that they also get community support worker. And at times they move into the community support work, and that tends to be a 40-hour week, if not more. So that's kind of what we're competing with right now. So the board's commitment, the trustees' commitment to putting more hours into the pot really does help us move forward.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands up, so we will move on to the next report. Thanks very much, Tammy.
Thank you.
We have nothing under personnel, finance, and legal affairs. We're moving to middle and secondary enrollment report. Interim Deputy Superintendent Roberts, please.
At the March Operations Committee meeting, I gave a short report on the enrollment numbers at elementary, and in particular, the registrations for kindergarten. At that meeting, I was asked to provide an update just for our middle and secondary school. So as you can see on pages 12 and 13, there are the anticipated numbers for each of our middle and secondary schools. And I'm happy to take any questions should there be any.
Thanks for the update, Colin. Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, and thank you very much, Interim Deputy Superintendent, pardon me, Roberts. I appreciate you bringing this back to the committee. It was certainly very interesting to see the anticipated headcount going up significantly for both middle and high school. I know that as compared to February of last year, you know, at middle, I think is 179 increase, and at high school, a 700 increase. Now, I appreciate your comments in the memo regarding, you know, keeping in mind as we note the increases, the decrease that we saw as a result of COVID. I wondered if you could give us a little bit of context there. So in my mind, I recall there being us losing between 300 and 400 students at the height of COVID, which I know we recovered some in this school year. But I wondered if, and again, I appreciate if you can't provide it off the top of your head, but I just would appreciate some context in terms of how many students we lost in 2021, so that I can kind of gauge how many we've increased or we anticipate will increase in the next school year.
Colin?
I believe that the decrease in international students was approximately 350 students. And so I think our numbers went down to about 640. And generally speaking, there would be approaching 1,000 international students in the district. So you'll also recall that during the time of the boundary review, we talked about the bubble of students in the elementary grades and how we would expect to see that moving through And so that increase that you're now seeing in the middle school will continue into the secondary school in the coming years, and certainly probably will reach its peak 4 to 5 years from now, unless there's a massive change in immigration or building in the city. So this is just the progression that is following on from the previous years that we expected, like I say, would impact our middle and secondary schools.
Okay, I'll go to Brian next, and then I'll go back to you, Trustee Duncan.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is probably 2 questions in one. So if the Chair can indulge me, I'm just curious, looking at the Rock Heights number, obviously well below functional capacity, but appreciating at the same time the planned growth in downtown Esquimalt with the new developments that are happening there, and seeing what looks to be, with any luck, in downtown Esquimalt some growth, and also understanding the growth that downtown Victoria is seeing. I'm wondering if you can just speak to any potential future capacity concerns at Rock Heights. And I know we're still behind in Central, but again, I think there is growth downtown. So if there's anything you can speak to that maybe could help in terms of where we're looking to in the future with regards to both of those. Thank you.
Colin?
I don't think that the board need have any concerns about growth either in the downtown core or in the Esquimalt neighbourhood. As you correctly said, Chair Painter, there is a room for a growth of about 150 students at Rock Heights. And given that, of course, that only accounts for 3 grades, and knowing that we do have options for student placements at the K to 5 and 9 to 12 level, I believe that the space that's available at Rock Heights will serve the district well for a good many years to come before I see that becoming an issue. You'll also remember that prior to some of the changes before boundary review, Central had a school population of 600, and you can see with the changes that have been made, it's now dropped down to just below 500. So certainly some space there, but what you might call the insurance policy, of course, is Lansdowne Middle School, which can accommodate some of the students from that central core, as we designed with the changes that were made to the boundaries, and there we've got the capacity for an extra 175 students approximately. So I think between those 3 schools, I see both of those areas well serviced into to many, many years ahead.
Thank you. Trustee Duncan, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just had a similar question in terms of functional capacity, but at the secondary level. I noticed that 4 out of the 7 high schools are either close to reaching or actually over their functional capacity, including Oak Bay, Reynolds, Spectrum, and Vic High. I'm just wondering if there are any concerns in the next 3 to 5 years about that, and if so, what our plan is to mitigate those concerns or those pressures.
Colin?
The question of headcount and functional capacity at secondary is a much more complicated situation than it is at middle and elementary, because so many of the students at secondary have spare blocks, so not necessarily in attendance full time. A good percentage of the classes happen to take place outside the timetable, be it some sports academies, musical theatre, band, leadership, etc. And then there are a number of students who are taking online courses, which mean although they are supported in person at the school on occasion, they're not necessarily attending for whole blocks 5 days a week. And so the functional capacity doesn't necessarily give a true indication of the number of students that a school can accommodate comfortably. And I think most secondary schools across the province are able to accommodate up to 10% above their functional capacity in terms of actual student headcount. So as you can see with Oak Bay, with a functional capacity of 1,300, it's operating quite comfortably at 1,357 as a projection. And then, of course, with the completion of Vic High, we do have a number of additional seats being available in that downtown core area for secondary students also. So again, certainly we're seeing changes in the city, and we are beginning to hear that migration to BC may increase, but I still believe that at all three levels, the board is well set up to accommodate student growth in the city for the years to come.
Thank you. Trustee Whitaker?
Thank you. And I think my question will be very quick. I am just wondering if the numbers for Arbutus and Cedar Hill reflect the change in the early or in the late French immersion, or if that's yet to balance itself out there.
I have not included those in the table. The table was produced prior to having confirmation of where the students would be relocated. But as you can see, Arbutus does have, and Cedar Hill does have a little room to take a few more students. And so I think they've been placed comfortably.
Yep, not worried, just wondered. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I think I don't see any other hands there. So we're going to move to the monthly financial report. Secretary Treasurer Morris.
Thank you. The April month-end financial report is in your packet. I just want to first point out that due to the timing of month-end, we did not bring an April report last year. We went straight to May due to timing of year-end process or month-end processes. So we don't have an accurate comparison to April, but we will next year at this time, since we've done all 10 months or 12 months this year. In a 10-month budget on April 30th, we should have about 20% left to spend or to collect. And in our 12-month budgets, we should have about 16.7% left to spend or collect. The district's in good stead at this point, with 18% left to collect in revenue and 22% left to spend in expenses. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Hey, Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So through you to the Secretary Treasurer, I had a few questions about a few different line items. The first one being the legal line item on page 15 of the packet. I note that although we increased the line item during the amended budget process, I note that we're again over by about 25%, over that increased amount by 25%. I'm wondering how much more, budget we anticipate going over or spending between, April and the end of the financial year in June.
I don't have a projection for legal. We're within 60 days of year end. And so we'll start to see some accounts going over and some coming in under. And that's what contributes to our overall surplus or deficit at the end of the year, surplus so far. And we anticipate that surplus again, although not as high. And so it really depends on what issues come up between now and the end of the year in terms of legal. So it's very hard to predict given that issues come up throughout the year.
Okay, did you have a further question, Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Chair, and thank you to the Secretary Treasurer. In terms of the travel line item on the same page, again, looking at the comparison across the two different financial years in the report, in 2020-21, we cut that line item in half, went from 1.84 million to 930,000 in 2021-22. And I note that as of April, so as of this report, that line item still has 55% remaining in the budget. I'm wondering if this is another instance where we as a board, in your view, could consider a further reduction and permanently reallocating these funds to, I don't know, say student supports or staffing or something like that. I'm wondering just if you've, if you have a view about that.
So I have a couple of thoughts. Oh, sorry, through the chair.
Yep.
I have a couple of thoughts about that. We know that we are in year 2 or into year 3 of COVID. We know Omicron sort of threw a loop at us. We thought we would be opening up to a more regular type of operation, and we know that some of our travel has been restricted this year as well. And then the other component of Protean travel is the contractual obligations of professional development. And through some of those collective agreements and employment contracts, et cetera, we don't have any discretion over the amount that we budget or that we carry forward for those programs. So we can do an analysis at the end of the year. And I think we did take a look at it last budget year. But we can do another analysis recognizing that we'll be even more back to new normal in 22-23, and that we still have those contractual obligations around professional development. But regardless, anything that's at our discretion that isn't contractually restricted at year end will go into that bottom line surplus.
Anything further, Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, just a couple of other items. And thank you again to the Secretary Treasurer for that. I appreciate that view. Yeah, I hope we can have that discussion. I look forward to it. Now, again, on page 15, the two items at 431 and 438. So this is the landline and the cell phones. I know we've broken this down over the last couple of financial years, I think, to be more clear about what we've broken out the digital services recovery, I believe, and we've broken out landline and cell phones, and so that's really helpful. Again, I'm looking at the last 2 financial years, and I note that we've reduced the budget overall since 2021 by I think it's 600,000, I believe. And so I just wonder what the plan is in terms of landlines and cell phones for 2022-23. Do we think we can kind of maintain that reduction, or is there any room for further reductions, again, with a view to moving those resources permanently to staffing costs and student services?
So we know that last year that 846,000 in cell phones did include the digital services recovery, which is why we broke it out this year. We didn't think that was very good reporting, and we had several questions about that line item, either during budget or the monthly financial report last year. And so not necessarily a savings over the 2 fiscal years, but the landline and cell phones with 21% and 27% left to spend for the remainder of the year. When they should be around 20% or 16.7%, we may be able to recognize some savings, depending on how the year end falls out, or what months those 2 line items and the timing of the invoices that are posted for month end. But we'll be able to have a better look at the end of the year.
Thank you. And I just had one more question, again, through the chair to Secretary Treasurer. Thanks for that answer. And I personally really appreciated you breaking that line item down and reflecting the recovery piece as opposed to the cell phone and landlines. So thank you again for that. So the last question is on page 16. It's got to do with the miscellaneous services line item, which is about halfway down the page. It's line 469 of the report. And so here we see basically that we've seen an increase, I guess, of spending of about 1.4 million as compared to last financial. And I'm wondering if we can get a little bit of context on what the source of that $1.4 million increase from last financial to this current financial looks like.
Sure. So if we look at the line above it, 468 from last year at 809. This year, those 2 were rolled together. You can see that under contracted services this year, there are no expenses or budget. And so if we add the 2.7 last year and the 800 together, we get about 3.5, and that's about a $600,000 increase for this fiscal year. And I would have to do another analysis of that to let you know what those are. If you'd like that to be brought back, the committee could let me know.
Thanks, that's appreciated.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for all the questions and all the answers. And I don't see any other hands up, so we're going to move on. Thanks very much, Kim, for all of that information. We're moving on to...
Hello, I had my hand up.
Sorry, Esther, this is to do with the financial statement.
Okay. I did have a question though, and actually my camera didn't come on for some reason, or it came on and went off. So no one saw my hand when I.
Sorry, so this is a question on the financial monthly statements that we were just discussing?
I wanted to actually ask Colin Roberts a question, but my camera for some reason went on and then went off, so no one could see my hand up. I'm wondering if it's still possible to ask him a question.
So you're talking about the enrollment update that he gave us?
Yes, please.
Okay, so if you can ask a quick question, that'd be great, because we've got a lot of information to go through before the end of the meeting. So
well, I would like to confirm that Vic High is actually able to manage the capacity as was suggested, because as I recall, information boards from 2018 consultation said, I think at least 300 students at that time were unable to, I guess, fit in Vic High's catchment capacity, or the school was actually unable at that time to meet the demands of the catchment on its own, and was relying on students going elsewhere. So even with the 10% margin that was suggested with the increased capacity to 1,000, that brings the capacity to 1,100. But as we can see from the math, from I guess, well, almost 4 or 5 years ago, Vic High already was unable to meet capacity with
Can we have Colin respond?
Yeah, and so with the growth in downtown, I'm wondering if there's a new formula or some new stats around Vic High and its capacity to actually manage the demand. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Roberts?
Without knowing exactly what set of projections are being referred to, I'll do my best to respond.
Thank you.
I believe that the numbers being quoted were those prior to the boundary review, and with the redrawing of the catchments and the inclusion of Oaklands Elementary into the stream of students that are now targeted and attend Oak Bay, as opposed to Vic High where they attended previously. I believe that plus the increased capacity at Vic High will again serve the district well in terms of being able to accommodate the total population.
Okay, and I guess my question, sorry, just to follow it, would be for how long? Have they projected for how long? For a year? It's not uncommon for doors to open, and the day they open, they find that they're not able to actually meet capacity. So I'm just wondering for how long, please?
So the boundary review was to go how far out into the timeline, Colin? Was it a 20-year projection from my recollection?
We usually work with 15-year projections. And of course, the further one goes out, the less reliable they become. But I have every confidence that for the next 10 years at least, there will be no issues regarding accommodating the population.
Thanks very much. Okay, we're moving on to the policy section, starting on E3, and for trustees and everyone's information. Some of these were referred from the ops meeting. Trustees requested some of these other ones to show up this evening, which is why they've been included in the package. They wanted the suite of, I'll call it the suite of trustee policies that the policy committee has been working on. So as we go through them, we'll talk about each one individually, but that's why so many are in front of us this evening. Requests from trustees and referred from the ops meeting last month. So the first one on the agenda is policy, the whistleblower policy. This was sent to us from the ops meeting and has been updated to reflect changes that have been incorporated from the committee, and Secretary Treasurer has been taking input from the trustees and everything. And I believe that the updated one with the red markings was just sent to us via email. Is that correct, Superintendent? Secretary Treasurer?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So the one in front of us is not the one with the markings on it, but trustees have been sent a couple of hours ago, the marked up version. Trustee Duncan, you had a question?
I did, yeah. First, I just wanted to, before we get into policy related matters, I just wanted to clarify that in relation to the last agenda item, that the Secretary Treasurer will be clarifying the source of the 600,000 increase in miscellaneous services in that line item. I just don't want to move on without clarifying that information will be forthcoming when it's possible to put it together. And then I had a question around policy.
Okay, Secretary Treasurer, we'll leave that with you to either bring to the board meeting at the end of the month or the next ops meeting, whichever gives you time to get that information together for miscellaneous. Okay, Trustee Duncan, does that work, Secretary Treasurer?
Yep.
Okay, Trustee Duncan on policy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Appreciate that. Yeah, in terms of policies, I just wanted to clarify, we've got a number of policies here tonight that we're seeing for the first time. And I know on the agenda, we've got motions which suggest that the intention is to pass them potentially through the committee tonight. I just wanted to clarify, process-wise what we're doing. I certainly would suggest, if the intention was to pass them through the committee tonight, that we pause, we use the committee tonight to discuss them as we are seeing them for the first time. And certainly my hope would be that our stakeholders are back around the standing committee tables very soon, and then could look at a second iteration of these policies.
So we'll be tackling them one by one. Some of them we have seen numerous times. Some of them, you're right, we're seeing for the first time, and I would anticipate that we'll have a discussion when we get to those ones. But for instance, the whistleblower one we've seen multiple times. And so I'd like to start out with that one and deal with that one first. And then as we get to ones that you have not seen before, then we can have that conversation. But we're going to move into the whistleblower policy first. So as I said, the trustees have been emailed the marked up copy reflecting the changes that were requested at the last meeting. So I'm hoping that we can move through it and see if there's any major issues with what's before us with the updates that the Secretary Treasurer has provided us with, and perhaps move this one forward this evening to the board meeting. Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for that clarification. I appreciate that. So in terms of the whistleblower policy, thank you to the Secretary Treasurer for bringing back another iteration. I wondered if we could turn to page 19 of the pack up, and let me just count the number of bullets down. So we've got, the fourth bullet down. It starts with the BC Ombudsperson can investigate reprisal complaints from current and former employees under the Public Interest Disclosure Act. And where the Public Interest Disclosure Act does not apply, the reprisal complaint should be investigated through the school district process. Thank you for incorporating that. So I appreciate it. There was a subtle nuance I just thought it would be worth clarifying. So, and that being in relation to the first sentence. So only the ombudsperson can investigate reprisal complaints from current and former employees. So it's not a matter of, a choice, as all reprisal complaints would go to the ombudsperson from current and former employees.
Are you putting that forward as an amendment?
I could. I was hoping it could be a friendly amendment. So I think it's just clarifying the intention here,
okay.
So that folks know that, what their rights are and who is in charge of what review process.
Okay, friendly amendment. Any objections to that? Okay, thank you very much.
And then
did you have another point? Yep.
Yeah, I just have a couple on this one. So, and then the next one. So at the end of this section of bullets, so just before reporting, so this section, it speaks, I think it's the last bullet. It says that the board expects other individuals who deal with the school district, including parents, volunteers, etc., to come forward and voice those concerns to the chairperson of the board, the superintendent of schools, secretary treasurer, or the ombudsperson. And again, I appreciate this being included. I suppose what I was hoping is that we could again clarify that in relation to concerns regarding wrongdoing involving the superintendent, a trustee of or the Board of Education, that those should be actually directed to the ombudsperson. Again, it would be inappropriate in my view for anybody to be put in a situation where they were reviewing an allegation of wrongdoing involving a superintendent, a trustee, or the board as a corporate board. That those kinds of complaints, we could have really no internal process that I could imagine where we could legitimately review that. And so really I wanted to recommend that we include either a bullet or a clarifying sentence to direct folks to take those kinds of concerns directly to the ombudsperson.
So do you have a suggestion of wording?
I do. We could simply add a sentence.
Again,
sentence would be concerns regarding wrongdoing involving the superintendent, a trustee, or the Board of Education should be directed to the ombudsperson or the BC ombudsperson. I think that's more consistent with how we refer to them.
The superintendent, the Board of Education, or whom else?
So the superintendent, a trustee, or the Board of Education should be directed to the ombudsperson.
So I have clarification question. Why would the superintendent be directed to the ombudsperson, not to the board?
Frankly, I don't think the board is positioned to undertake an assessment of a Public Interest Disclosure Act complaint.
Okay. I just wanted clarification. Okay.
Yeah. So the regulator for that is the ombudsperson. So
Okay. Ombudsperson. Okay. So that's an amendment that you're putting forward?
Yeah. And then I just have one more after that.
Yeah, so we'll discuss the amendment first. There's not a motion on the floor, so let's see if there's any issues with anybody just adding that as a sentence. I don't see any hands up. Okay. Okay, we'll add that sentence there. And what was your final point then? You had one more?
Yeah, so this is under the reporting and responsibility section. So under the reporting section, again, I appreciate that we've included language which acknowledges that any kind of reporting presented annually will be done in accordance with the requirements under PETA. That's great. I think my only concern is that there's absolutely no mention in the policy itself about the nature of that reporting, and that needs to be public. And so I think, again, I was hoping that small item would be a friendly amendment, because it is very, very clear that the intention is laid out in that act is for public reporting. But I could put an amendment forward because the other piece is around responsibility and a review of the policy after 1 year. So I'm hoping that this piece around public reporting will be a friendly amendment.
Okay, so what is your suggested wording?
So under reporting, it says, so each year the superintendent shall prepare in accordance with the requirements of PETA and make available publicly a report concerning, it's just really including a word to acknowledge that is what is required.
And it would be implied that anything that was that would reveal somebody's identity would not be in that report. That would be
Correct.
implied because of confidentiality. Okay.
Indeed, yeah, and in both, I think it's sections 38 and 39 of that act, it speaks to both of those sort of dual responsibilities.
Okay.
So I don't know if we can make that a friendly amendment or not. I will leave it to
Well, I'll look for a show of hands. Anyone disagrees with that one word being inserted? Kim, Secretary Treasurer.
I just wanted to comment when this policy was vetted by BCPC. Their advice was that it's up to the board whether the report be in camera or public. And so my suggestion would be in camera first and then release to public for the board's view first.
Okay. So, Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, I don't know where that advice has come from, but I mean, I think, we could also, I can send the sections of the Public Interest Disclosure Act, which require it to be public. I don't know if really what they were trying to get across is that the board might want to review it first in camera before it is made public, but certainly there is a requirement for the report to be public. Albeit the board might want to review it first before it is. I don't know, but I don't think adding the word public, it precludes the board having a look in camera before it's made public. I think it just acknowledges that the intention of that act is to make that annual report available to the public each year.
Okay. So you're agreeing in essence with what Secretary Treasurer just said, that if the board wanted to view it in camera first, that would be a prerogative of, especially what concerning, we wouldn't know what was in the report until we actually received the report. So Secretary Treasurer, does that make it clear that that would be an expectation, was that if the senior administration brought it to an in-camera meeting first, then they could release it after that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So if we add the word publicly into the reporting section, is there any, I'm looking for hands to disagree with that suggestion. Okay, we've had some wording changes put forward. So would somebody like to put the policy motion on the table, please?
Chair, I'll put the policy on the floor for
Okay.
discussion. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Painter. So with the discussions that we've just had and the changing in the wording that will go into addition to the red marks that we have on our updated revision of this, any further discussion on the motion for the whistleblowers? Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, sorry if you're hearing too much from me this evening, but this is an area that
Well, it's nice to move it forward, so let's get it all on the table now.
Indeed. Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. So the last point that I wanted to make, and I guess there's different ways that we could do this, but I really wanted to point out that, you know, because this is a new policy and because it's a particularly complex area of well, it's a new piece of law, and it's more complex as a result. You know, our regulation, our bylaw 9220, and that's our administrative regulation, our bylaw and administrative regulations, speaks to the board asking the superintendent to prepare a report with respect to implementation of the policy within, well, either at a date that's specified by the board or within a year after the adoption of the policy. So I wondered whether it was something, and again, I'm looking for some feedback from colleagues that have been part of that kind of annual report process in the school district, how that's normally done. Is it something that's written into the policy as a section, or is it something that's done by a separate motion?
So I'm not clear on what you're asking for. So in the reporting section of this policy, it says each year the superintendent shall prepare a report. That's not what you're asking for?
No. So that report is something that's required by the Public Interest Disclosure Act. And what I'm referring to is our own bylaw on administrative regulations. So we understand that an administrative regulation will be produced as a result of the adoption of this policy. Correct. And so in our bylaw, what we see is the requirement for the superintendent to prepare a report about the implementation of this policy. So in this case, it's the whistleblower policy and there's a requirement that the board can either set a date for the superintendent to produce a report on the implementation of the policy, or can simply receive a report on the implementation of the policy within a year after the adoption of the whistleblower policy. So what I'm asking is, do we, in the past, has the board in the school district written that in to the policy itself, set a review, or is it something that we would do by a separate motion?
I don't believe we've done it into the policy. Certainly, I'll let the superintendent speak on this, but the policy would have to be passed before you then ask and prepare another motion to have the superintendent do what it is you're asking her to do. But Ms. Whitten, I'll let you speak to that if you'd like.
I'm just reviewing the bylaw 9220 right now. So I would like to just think on that a little bit and understand the timing of it. Just reading through the formulation and compilation of it and bringing it forward, and then the presentation. So I think as I read it, I would be bringing it forward after having constructed it for your view. But again, just looking at this again now.
But I'm assuming it would be after the policy was passed by the board.
Yep.
So that you would
is,
include, yeah. Okay,
yep.
So Trustee Whitaker.
Thank you. So I think what this is speaking to is when you do pass or you start with a policy, it's actually, I mean, it's been practice I've used before in other organizations, and I see the municipalities do it, is that you're passing the policy to be more or less a practice run for a year. And then after a year, you go back and you look at it and you decide, is it working or is it not working? And I have seen it work both ways, where if it is required just as a reminder for staff that this is what needs to happen, because it is the first year, it is written into the policy at that time, because you're going to come back, and the policy is essentially, there's a special word for it that my previous colleague Steve Baker would have right on the tip of his tongue, but it's because it is the policy in that first year that it's like it's in draft, and then you come back and you look at it after 1 year, and then you remove that piece out of the policy because you received the report and you feel that the policy is doing everything that it's supposed to. So I don't know if that answers the question whether or not it goes in there, but I do see that that is, I believe, what the expectation is, and correct me then if I'm wrong, but.
Well, I see this as a two-step process. If this policy passes now and it gets sent to the board and it gets passed at the board, then that would be where you would add another motion to have the superintendent do what it is you want to bring it forward in a year. So we still have to get it off this table before you can go to the next step. Trustee Whitaker?
Understood. Yeah, just a point of clarification, because as it is, it's in the bylaw, it is required. So it's not as that the board would instruct the superintendent at the board meeting. That's what's happening, right? Because it's a brand new policy. It's not a policy that we're amending, we're creating.
Correct, but also for the superintendent to be able to bring forward a plan of implementation, and if the policy hasn't been passed yet, she won't be asked to create that yet. So we have to pass the policy and then ask her to create the plan. And within that plan, that would be a timeline for a reporting process. I would expect.
I'm just clarifying, Trustee Leonard, it's in the bylaw. We don't have to clarify it.
Correct. Okay, any further discussion on the bylaw with the amendments that we made prior to that? Okay, we're going to call the question on the motion on the floor is to approve the bylaw with the amendments. All those in favor of the approval of the bylaw?
Aye.
Okay, I think that's unanimous. Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Great. Thank you so much, everybody, for your help there. Okay, trustees code of conduct. Now, that's the one that we've had a variety of times. It was referred to ops because the suite I'll put that in quotes, suite of trustee policies wasn't before the board, and trustees felt that they needed to see what was coming down the pike before they would consider the one that was on the floor. So the role of trustee is new. It is up for discussion tonight, but I think it's the first time, Secretary Treasurer, the first time we've seen this at the board table.
I don't believe it is, but it's been a number of months since you have seen it.
Okay.
And I would,
Sorry.
And I would say the suite, we weren't sure what the suite was. So the suite of policies coming with role of trustee, or sorry, code of conduct. The suite would be the code of conduct itself, role of trustee, and the social media policy is the suite that we interpreted as a policy committee tonight.
And the other one that we threw in for good measure was the orientating of the new board members, just because it referred to trustees, and we're not expecting any decision on that tonight. We're going to bring it forward for the June board meeting for discussion, the June ops meeting, but we wanted you to see it and have a month to digest what's in there because we feel the committee felt that it should be in place for the elections coming up in the fall for new trustees. So we wanted to give you some time to digest that. So I think that was what Trustee Duncan was asking at the beginning of the meeting, what the expectation was. So we're going to start with the trustee code of conduct before you. If people can turn to that section, that would be awesome. And the changes that were made from the last meeting are highlighted in red. So Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to clarify or make a suggestion, really. I appreciate that the suite of policies is coming forward and that the intention in relation to one of them is to have that come back in June. My suggestion is that we look at these as a group tonight. We do some work, we see if we can make some improvements and evolve them, and then we bring them all back as a suite in June. My hope is that in doing so, what we do is two things. One, we acknowledge that hopefully our stakeholders will be back around our table in June. And we'll have some clarity as a board around the pending judicial review. And I think that will help us, to move forward, hopefully collectively as a board, since all of these are very much board and trustee focused. But so I'm wondering if the committee can consider that suggestion before we move on.
I'm not going to go into that discussion now. I would like to talk about the code of conduct policy in front of us. And then when we get to the next, we'll get through this one, decide what we're going to do with it, and then have that conversation. But if there's any amendments, we can't keep deferring these forever. We have to go through and talk about the changes that are before us that were put forward at the last meeting, and if there's any amendments. Trustee Whitaker?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, at our last meeting, we didn't actually really get into discussing this. So a lot of this is the first time, just because I've been sitting with these things for several months now to bring forward to discuss, which I will do. But I just wanted to make that clarification that I don't know where these changes in red came from, but it wasn't a fulsome, I don't remember all of that discussion actually.
It didn't happen at the last meeting because some trustees wouldn't discuss this without knowing what was coming forward in the suite. So that's why we've brought it forward with the changes that were made at the prior meeting where we did discuss this, and we're hoping to actually move through the document tonight.
Okay, I'm going to try, but let's be nice. Okay, so if we go under 3.1, if we couldn't start. I would strike with diligence. I think you're going to see me striking a lot of things that are open to interpretation. What is with diligence? To you, it's one thing. To me, it's another thing. So my concern is that I don't know, I'm challenged when we try and use language like that to identify how somebody's going to act when we all have a different interpretation. So, and then I go, I'm just going to leave that one for now because B I will come back to at a different point. I think under C, ensure fiduciary responsibility to the board supersedes any conflicting loyalty. Although I think that we just need to, in one, I would actually say under definitions, you actually need to add what fiduciary duty is. And I would make C more of that language, that it is about the fiduciary duty, rather than just making that statement. I think if you make that, fiduciary duty is a very clear definition, and lots of people seem to think it means one thing when it doesn't necessarily mean that. So I think it's important in this policy, if you're going to use such legal terms, that the definition to those legal terms is also included. So that's my thing there.
Okay.
So, and then it says D, protect and enhance the reputation of the district or the board. Again, I find enhance is up for interpretation. So for me, I think that there should be something more like uphold rather than enhance. Everybody has their own interpretation, what's enhancing the district, and you and I might disagree on that. And therefore, then we are creating a conflict because people are interpreting that, oh, well, I'm enhancing the district. So just some thoughts on that. I don't know, does anybody else want to do the early threes? Because I'm going to jump to 3.2. I'm happy to go back and forth while I scroll
Okay,
down.
so we're on the first page under
Yeah, let's
policy.
thank you.
1, A, B, C, and D. Anybody else have any feedback on A, B, C, or D? Trustee Duncan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Trustee Whitaker. You've highlighted a few of the points I wanted to around this section. I would actually, at B, I would like to see where we have abide by the policies of the board. I think what we want to say is, in addition to policies, is bylaws. So bylaws and policies of the board, and just in general throughout the document. But I think the first instance of that is at 3.1B. At 3.1C, also was concerned with using fiduciary responsibility in such a general fashion that is open to interpretation. Fiduciary duties or fiduciary, potential fiduciary conflicts of interest are defined by the School Act as they relate to trustees, and so I would expect that we not only define fiduciary responsibilities of trustees, but that those fiduciary responsibilities are derived from the School Act, not some general idea of what we think, a general fiduciary responsibility is to the board. And then at D, I would actually simply remove that. I think it's just too open to interpretation, both around the idea of what does protect mean and what does enhance mean. I mean, one person might be of the view that covering up wrongdoing or mismanagement is protecting and enhancing the reputation of the board, where someone else might think it isn't, as an example of where we could go horribly wrong. So I would suggest that we just remove that particular line altogether.
Okay. Any other? Oh, Ryan, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, in a similar vein to Trustee Duncan, although I don't agree with striking D, I feel like there is an important point being made there that I don't want to lose, but I don't disagree that even the word protect and even the word uphold, these words all have varying meanings to different people based on different approaches to the work. So a suggestion, and I apologize, I don't have an answer here, but is perhaps under D, just referring to the School Act and just again making it very clear, although B does say abide by the policies of the board, it may serve us with respect to what we're trying to say in D to refer back to the School Act around faithfully performing the duties of office and abiding by the School Act. It may be helpful to just restate that to make it quite clear, although I do understand it's in B, but I also don't want to lose the thread on what D is trying to say.
So did you have wording? I'm not quite sure exactly what.
Yeah, I don't. I've been worrying this in my head for a bit now, and sadly I don't. I will put that out for colleagues if anyone has any other thoughts around how to potentially wordsmith that. a little better than I have, but I don't want to lose D because I feel like there is something important being said there about the reputation of the district and the board. And I don't want to lose that thread. So perhaps note it, and if I can come back with something, I will, or if somebody else has a better idea, which is entirely possible, we can bring that forward.
Okay, Trustee Whitaker, we're still on A, B, C, and D, and you've had a kick at the can one time.
I'll just remind people, I used the word uphold. I just wanted to.
Yeah, no, I know.
I've
I've got that in. Yeah. Any other further discussion on A, B, C, or D from anybody else?
I see Jonathan.
Jonathan?
Yeah, just my only suggestion with D, rather than striking it, perhaps replacing the word reputation with the word integrity. Just because reputation, the definition there is just what the beliefs that people generally hold about the board, right? Which is contingent on the public and what they think, which you can't, and maybe shouldn't, that shouldn't necessarily be the focus of the board's work, is trying to manage what the public opinion is. So I think something like integrity is perhaps more what you're going for, right? So enhancing the effectiveness of the board, of the effectiveness of the district, the work that they do for students and so forth. So yeah, I'm just hung up on the word reputation in that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, moving forward on to page 2. Any feedback on page 2? Brian, is your hand still up from before, or is this a new hand?
Up from before, apologies.
Okay. Trustee Duncan?
Thank you, Chair. So at 3.3, and just as a general, I think, observation, but I think it comes up for the first time at 3.3. So it says a Board of Education's authority and responsibility rests solely with the corporate board. Trustees have no individual authority. I think we have to make the point that in the same way that individual trustees cannot act for the board, and have no individual, authority as a result of that. Neither can a board chair. I think we have to really spend some time clarifying, where the role of the chair begins and ends, so that we're discouraging, what can develop, which is, a chair acting on behalf of the board, not as a, presiding officer or helping to get the agendas together, or speaking to the media about talking points that have been, that reflect the board's action, but actually taking on that decision-making role on behalf or instead of the board. And so, and that's a very dangerous place for boards to be and chairs to be. So at the same time, we're pointing out that trustees have no individual authority to act, nor do chairs. And I'd like to see us make sure that we include that here.
So just for clarification, the chair is a trustee. So that is implied in that statement.
I think it's unfortunately, I think it's something that needs to be said very overtly. I think it needs to be articulated clearly, because there is always a risk on a board that a chair steps outside of their authority, or is relied upon to carry out the role of the board, inappropriately, because it might be just expedient or easy. So I think we need to state it specifically, and it doesn't necessarily.
In the event that a chair does that, I would assume that the board would replace the chair. So, I mean, there are ways, there are mechanisms for the board to look at that. So if you have wording that you would like to suggest on this, that's what we're asking for now, because we can debate the point. But if you have wording that would help you there, that would be helpful to us.
Well, we could just add trustees nor board chairs have no, trustees and board chairs have no, including board chairs maybe, have no individual authority. I mean, I think that's the point, is just to say, look at trustees, including trustees who happen to be board chairs, have no authority to act in place of the board. And I think that would be sufficient.
Okay, Trustee Whitaker.
I just had an amendment, but I think that to do that, but maybe we could reread that.
So I think it's implied in trustees because the board chair is a trustee, but I'm open to suggestions because the motion is not on the floor yet. So these are not amendments. This is discussions on changing of the wording before we get to the recommended motion in front of us. So
Where's the amendment? Because my amendment would be trustees, including the chair, have no individual authority.
that's basically what I wrote down that Trustee Duncan said.
Okay.
So that you're both on the same page. Trustee Painter, did you have another hand up?
Yeah, I do, and it's just
Okay.
on this discussion being the board chair and appreciating very much where Trustee Duncan is coming from on this with bringing up the topic. My concern, and it isn't necessarily to say that I disagree. In fact, I don't. I think it's quite clear in the wording as it already is, and in terms of how we already operate, that the board is or the chair rather is one among equals. But I do think that there are duties that three trustees who sit on this board right now will appreciate, because three trustees have acted as board chair, that do need to be undertaken in terms of the work of the board chair, in terms of administration work at the board office, and various and sundry other duties that are undertaken by the board chair that need to be done to maintain the work of the district. And this work would essentially be, and I'm talking about signing documents, I'm talking about confirming and signing authorizations, various and sundry administrative pieces that are a necessary requirement of the chair's work, and seeming to, from what I'm hearing, attempt to performance manage that work seems unnecessarily restrictive, to the point where I think, and this may be a philosophical difference, which I'm fine to debate and discuss, but I feel like there has to be a point where we entrust the elected chair of the district to perform their duties with integrity. It's a good word that was used previously. And respect that work is going to be done. And if a chair steps out of line, the board has the authority to reprimand the chair, and that is provided for in Robert's rules, which we are governed by, and replace the chair at the very most severe. So I am not of the opinion that I think it needs to be spelled out more clearly than it is right here. Trustees have no individual authority. That includes the chair, who is one among equals. So I don't think it needs to be necessarily laid out any more strictly than it is here. And in fact, I think doing so could make the necessary work of the chair that much more onerous in terms of the need to consistently come back to a board of trustees to receive approval for things that are quite likely administrative in nature. Anyways, that's just my perspective. I appreciate others may disagree.
Okay, Trustee Waters and then Whitaker.
I was just going to say that for me, I think that it has to be implied there. And if we believe that the chair is a trustee with this, which we do, obviously, because they are, then to me, making a special notice of including the board chair here would mean that we're setting them aside as a separate entity. And then I think we'd have to look at all of our policies and be adding that in. So for me, it's implied. I also think we as a board need a role of the chair policy that I think will address some of these sort of peculiarities, but for me, I don't want to add in including the chair, because of course it includes a chair. It has to include the chair. The chair is a trustee.
Yeah, and I think I'm in agreement with you that a role of the chair of policy should come to this committee at some point in time, which would then flush out that discussion there. Trustee Whitaker.
Yeah, I don't disagree that, especially hearing some of the comments, that obviously a role of the chair is important, because I don't think that there is a single piece of administrative documentation that the chair should be signing that isn't approved by the board in one way or the other. Any of the expenses that the chair is signing off are approved through the board budget. Any other documents or contracts or bylaws are approved by the board. Nothing should be signed by the board chair that doesn't have a relationship back to the board in some way of approval. So I find those comments just a little bit concerning, because nothing in this would affect any of that work whatsoever. And if there are things that are happening that right now, if this was in there, would slow up the work of the chair, then very much we need a policy on what the role of the chair is. So I support having it there, specifically because the role of the chair document or policy isn't written. So until such time, I think it's important to clarify that. And it's not about dealing with today's board. It's about thinking forward in the future when all of us are not here. We are making an assumption that everybody will come forward and go, well, of course the trustees are all the same. They're all of one. Sometimes you just need to have it in writing in black and white to say, as people are learning, no, the chair as well does not have that authority, especially what if we had an all new board and, you know, there wasn't that experience there, and they, you know, when you're new, you don't want to question things. You don't want to go, why are you doing that? It's nice to have it written down that says, no, the chair does not do that. And if you have questions, you need to ask.
Okay, so any further discussion? We're going up to 3.6 right now. So Trustee Duncan, any discussions on this page up to and including 3.6?
Yeah, so I first of all, I agree with Trustee Whitaker's comments, and that certainly was my intention, was to.
Yeah, I think we're done with 3.3. Can we move on?
Did we not have an amendment on the table?
There's not a motion on the floor. So this is just discussions on what people would like changed. We don't have a motion on the floor right now. If there's consensus, we'll change things. We'll go back and review the changes as soon as we get through the document.
Okay.
So I'll see that the changes are being noted as we go along. And my next comment was at 3.6.
Okay.
So trustees are individually responsible for the content of their comments, posts, and likes on social media, and must ensure that their use of social media is consistent with the trustee code of conduct. And again, so there's a link through to another document. I guess my general point here is that I think we need to tease out the idea of individual responsibility, because well, I have in mind two things really. One being that as a trustee, there are certain there's certain protections as an elected official in terms of free speech, and there's certain I would say legal remedies and supports for trustees through the public purse in certain situations where there are concerns arising out of a social media post, for instance. And you know, that doesn't always apply depending on the context. So I'm wondering, you know, I think we need to be clear what we mean by personal responsibility. Are we saying that trustees cannot avail themselves of legal assistance available to them through public funds where there is a conflict involving them in their official capacity? What does individual responsibility mean? Because if there is a legal meaning intended by that phrase, then I think we need to be very, very clear, and then very, very clear equally on what rights and what supports are available to elected officials in situations where there is a disagreement or a conflict arising from something that they post.
So it says they're consistent with the trustees' code of conduct, which is what we're talking about.
That's an
So,
end. So how I read it, and again, if it's not intended that way, then that's good that we're clarifying that. How I read it is that trustees are individually responsible for the content of their comments, posts, and likes on social media, and must ensure that their use of social media is consistent with the trustee code of conduct. So individual responsibility I see as a separate point. And that's really where I think, again, I want to be sufficiently clear what we mean by that. And if there is a legal ramification or meaning intended, then I think we need to tease that out and be clear what supports are available. I mean, we've seen that in other districts where trustees have become involved, embroiled in public social media battles with other members of educational communities, and they end up in court. And trustees, in some instances, are able to access legal supports funded by the public purse. And so if we, individual responsibility, it has some ramifications, and I just want us to be clear about that. So I'm sorry I don't have an amendment, but I just wanted to raise the potential issue with the wording there.
Trustee Waters, is your hand up from before, or this is now?
Sorry, it's a ghost hand. I'll put it down.
Thank you. Okay. Secretary Treasurer, can you provide any clarity to what Trustee Duncan's question is? Because I'm sort of at a loss as to elaborate any further, because I think it's fair. In my mind, it's very clear, and maybe you can provide something that I'm not seeing.
No, I have nothing to add to these comments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, to me it's clear what trustees' responsibilities are and how the use of social media could be seen. Basically, I read a lot of social media, even though I don't partake of it, and I think trustees would be expected to be careful in some of what they're doing in social media. So that's just. I'm not sure what clarity I can provide any beyond that. Jonathan, and then Ryan.
Yeah, I think it might be just simplest just to say trustees must ensure their use of social media is consistent with the trustees code of conduct and end it there. I do hear the concern a little bit. For me, responsibility implies often a need to do something. So it sounds as if there's an obligation on the behalf of to like certain things or comment on certain things or post certain things. I think what you have in mind here is an obligation, not, and I think the second half of the sentence covers.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Painter.
Thanks, Chair. I'm actually just looking for a little bit of clarity from my colleague Trustee Duncan around the mention of individual responsibility and ability to retain counsel. I don't know if I misheard. I'm getting it. Perhaps I did. Am I to understand that Trustee Duncan is trying to tease out whether the work of trustees individually, not as members of the board, or not as a board, but as individuals, and if those activities bring some kind of challenges in their direction because of their action, not on behalf of the board, because there is only one board and the chair acts as the representative of the board, that then they should be able to retain board paid and funded, taxpayer funded support for that. I guess I'm just trying to connect that because I feel like I've misheard something or I've maybe lost a thread. Through you, Chair, if I could.
Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide that clarification. And yeah, so I was intending to tease out that exact point, but a slight nuance in that as an elected official in our official capacity, there is public funds available in certain contexts so that individuals, so not the corporate board, but individual elected officials can take advantage of funding for legal counsel, as an example. to defend themselves against, for instance, a claim of defamation arising out of their official duties. And it's very contextual and subject to the rules around that kind of, in this case, insurance coverage. But it does exist. And so when I read this, I thought, okay, you know, are we intending this to somehow remove or supersede public funds that are already available through the public insurance program to fund legal representation for individual elected officials, including trustees, and trying to put that legal or financial burden on the individual trustee? And if that is the case, then we need to tease that out and be very clear about our intention.
So if I can
help?
follow up, oh, sorry, Trustee Duncan, didn't mean to step on your toes there. If I could, to the chair, just a quick follow up. I appreciate what you're saying, and I don't disagree 100%, but I think perhaps a place for that, and I think if we're going to start to bring in some what I think will be highly nuanced and highly contextual based options for that kind of avenue for an individual trustee, I think that will definitely need to be very explicitly designed, and perhaps that is a place, the best place for that is the social media policy for the district. If we're specifically discussing use of social media and the potential for litigation that could arise from trustees performing their duties, and then if they fall to a specific place. So again, I'm just putting that out there as a thought. Perhaps this isn't the place for it, but I could see social media policy having being an application there for it. Anyways, that's all I had on this.
Trustee Ferris?
Okay, yeah, I think this discussion is way off, well, not way off, but it's out there. I think that what we're trying to do here is have a code of conduct. Our purpose here isn't to say what will or won't happen to you if you don't behave as a trustee. What we're saying is we're trying to outline how you do behave as a trustee. These are the things you do. So one of the things you do is you take responsibility for your social media content. And another thing you do is you ensure that that content is consistent with the code of conduct. So I understand where Trustee Duncan is coming from. I just don't think it belongs in a policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And last comment on this section is Esther.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I would say that this subject needs far more attention. Social media is powerful, and information that is shared through social media, as we all know, reaches many people and can influence opinion. And from my experience, social media can be used to share information without people necessarily identifying their position. And I do believe, for example, if information is shared on social media, that the public would benefit from very detailed policies around what information can be shared. So if there is a contentious issue, for example, information that is shared must actually be backed up, not just by opinion or by a fleeting sentence somewhere, but actual documentation.
So there's a social media policy coming up later in the agenda.
Okay.
Just so you know.
I do believe that needs much more than just a code of conduct, pardon me.
Okay, Trustee Whitaker, and then we're moving on.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not up on the legal conversation there, but when I look at this clause, I just want to put in there the perspective of somebody who's not very good at social media. And this particular clause, the way it's written, scares me and alarms me because I do things on social media without knowing what I'm doing sometimes. So where it says things like I have to be responsible for my likes, and I have to, like, I feel really bad for some moms that I grouped Happy Mother's Day and then people replied to everybody. Clearly, I don't know how to do that. So I just wonder if while we're reviewing this and considering this, that we can consider, you know, everybody's different level of ease and understanding. Because the more we talk about social media, the farther and farther and farther away I get from it. And I don't think that that's a good place to be either. I do think that I should be able to participate in social media and not feel like it's a very dangerous and scary place, because it shouldn't be. So maybe just while we're thinking about that and reviewing it, that the language can be just a little less scary and maybe a little more, you know, especially if, I mean, I'm supposed to be upholding and promoting the district. I need this policy or this particular line not to sound so scary to me.
Okay, we're moving on to 3.7 to 3.9. Trustee Duncan, we've had a couple of comments from you, so we got to move on. 3.7 to 3.9, any changes or issues with any of those clauses? Okay. I see no hands. So we're turning the page then. So that section reads okay. Turning the page. So we are 3.10 to including 3.15 on the next page. Any concerns or questions, Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I was stuck back on the previous three.
No, we're done now with that section. We're moving on.
Yeah, so I would like to comment on 3.9.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, so again, I appreciate that the intention here is, you know, where there's less uncertainty about the scope of the any clause contained in the code, that trustees should consult with the chair, the superintendent, or secretary treasurer, or ask the board as a group for clarification. I'm just wondering, you know, what other, you know, I suppose there's an assumption being made that one of those parties will be the expert on what this means. And so, you know, and maybe that will be the case, and maybe it won't be. I suppose it'll depend. We are about to get a new board in the next, in the coming months, and folks might not feel very expert about what all of this means, but, you know, maybe our superintendent and secretary treasurer will, in relation to the trustees and our code of conduct. But so I just really wanted to make the point that, you know, if there's a lack of clarity about what this means, then I think really the board needs to look at whether there needs to be some further work, whether it's in the, you know, in terms of an administrative regulation or some training or other supports that could be put in place in order to support trustees to adhere to the code of conduct. I think that would be more helpful rather than saying, you know, go to one of these three people and they'll tell you what it means. So just a suggestion.
Did you have suggested wording or?
I actually just was suggesting that possibly we look at a more supportive approach where we say, you know, where there is uncertainty, you know, or either remove this entirely and put together an administrative regulation, or you know, put some kind of a positive affirmation that the board will commit to providing training and supports for trustees, and in particular new trustees, to assist them to develop the skills that are required in order to adhere to this code of conduct.
So I would assume that could come under orienting the new board. So I would suggest that we leave this here, and that if you want to have further point to about orienting a new board or providing clarity, that it come down under E8 with more information at that point in time. So we're moving on to sections 310 to 315. Trustee Whitaker? Are you talking about
Yes,
310 to 315?
3.13. So I'm just a little confused about this clause, so I'm seeking a bit of clarification. It says trustees should not access or attempt to gain access to confidential information in the custody or control of the board unless it's necessary. So if it's in the custody or control of the board, wouldn't all board members already know about that? Like, I guess I'm just, this one confuses me. I don't understand.
Secretary Treasurer, can you provide help me with any clarity of that one?
I think this one pertains to more or less using confidential information for any purpose outside of the duties of the trustee.
So I just wonder if that's covered in 3.12 then.
I believe 3.12 speaks to disclosing, and 3.13 is access to information outside for purposes outside of their performance of duties. So they're a little bit different. One's disclosing and one's using it for their own use.
Is that clarity for you, Trustee Whitaker?
Sort of. I guess it's that they should not attempt to access or gain access, because I just think that if what you're trying to say is that they will not use information for their own personal use, that's what we should say. Because if one board member has confidential information, they all have it, right? Like, so there's no, they've already got the access. If they know it's there, they've got it. So I just wonder if there's some way to tighten that up, that it's about that they should not use this information for their own personal benefit, if that's what we're trying to do. Sorry.
Okay, Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Trustee Whitaker. I agree, and I would also add that the last part of the last sentence that reads, and the use and or disclosure of the information is permitted in accordance with Provincial Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. I think we need to be clear that, you know, disclosure under FIPA is separate from whether a trustee should have access to it. There may very well may be confidential information that trustees will get access to and should have access to, but would a member of the public requesting it under FIPA would not. So I think that we need to clarify that, or just get rid of it really, because it's, yeah. Trustees may well have access to information which you would not disclose under FIPA, and that is right for them too. And then the only other thing I wanted to add was at 3.14, the wording at the end of that sentence, or to the detriment of the board. I think we just need to tighten up the language. You know, what does that mean? To the detriment of the board. And again, I'm sorry, I don't have a suggested wording to replace it, but I think, you know, possibly it's just enough to say no trustee shall use confidential information for personal gain.
Okay. And so you're suggesting getting rid of 313 altogether?
No, I'm just suggesting tightening the language in the way that Trustee Whitaker suggested, and getting rid of that last part of 313, which suggests that somehow a trustee, if they wouldn't get access under FIPA, they shouldn't have access in their official capacity as a trustee, and that's not correct.
Okay. Any other comments on this section here, 310 to 315? Okay, moving on, 316 to 320. Any comments on that section? Trustee Whitaker?
Thank you. I wonder if 3.17 and 3.18 should be rolled into one.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on 316 to 320? Okay, seeing none, we're going to turn the page. Oh, the end of 320 is at the top of the next page, in case people hadn't turned the page. 321 to 324, including 324. Any comments or questions on any of those? Okay, seeing none. We're moving 325 to 328. Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll start with 327. So it says that trustees recognize that only the board and not individual trustees may assess the superintendent's performance. I don't know. I think I'm assuming that the point there is that trustees will ensure that they support the board's obligation to evaluate the superintendent's performance on an annual basis as required under contract with the superintendent and the board. I don't know otherwise why we would have that in there. I mean, I think it's pretty plain that no individual trustee can performance manage the superintendent. But I also can see the merit in ensuring in the code that all trustees commit to participating and encouraging the board to fulfill its obligation to evaluate the superintendent's performance in line with their contractual obligations. So I'm wondering if we could just change the approach to that one.
Do you have wording?
Yeah.
Okay, and that is?
That trustees ensure that they support the board's obligation to evaluate the superintendent's performance, either on an annual basis or as required under contract.
Can I make that?
Pardon?
I have an amendment too, but shorter, says the same thing.
Okay, say it shorter then. I like shorter.
It is the responsibility of the corporate board to assess the superintendent's performance on an annual basis.
Okay, I like that better. Sorry, Trustee.
Sorry,
Duncan.
Nicole.
No, that's totally fine. I was trying to link in this idea that trustees should, support that. But if we just want to say that, then great. That works for me.
Okay. Secretary Treasurer, does that change that in any way, shape, or form? That would be a problem.
If we're speaking to not on its merit and its intent, I guess if we're speaking to a brand new board with all new trustees that don't know any different, this may be something you want to make explicit or add to orienting the board. But I think it may not be super clear to a brand new board, as was mentioned earlier.
Okay. Right. But then in the superintendent's evaluation, it says when it would occur, when the evaluation of the superintendent would occur, and we could certainly include it under the orienting of the new board if we wanted to be more explicit, I think. Okay, read it one more time, Trustee Whitaker. If you wouldn't mind, you're on mute.
Sorry. It is the responsibility of the corporate board to assess the superintendent's performance on an annual basis.
It doesn't say that in the superintendent evaluation. It doesn't say the annual basis.
It doesn't say annual.
It doesn't say annual basis.
Whatever the timeline is.
Okay.
Just under contract.
Okay. Any other comments? Oh, Trustee Painter and then Trustee Waters.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the attempt to make this as succinct and specific as possible, but I am concerned about the exclusion of individual trustees not assessing the superintendent's performance. So I'm wondering if it would be acceptable to tag on to the end of Trustee Whitaker's piece, just very simply, individual trustees shall not assess the superintendent's performance. I wonder if that would be acceptable.
Yep, I understand where you're coming from. Okay, trustee Waters, I saw your hand. We'll go to you next.
I was just going to say that for me, like, this is a trustee's code of conduct. So it's how trustees conduct themselves. So to me, us following our own policies around the evaluation of the superintendent, that doesn't belong in a trustee code of conduct any more than us following our policy on any other thing. I think the key point here is that individual trustees don't get to assess their employee, the superintendent's performance as an individual. I think that's an issue that has certainly caused challenges in the past. So for me, I think, you know, putting it out there is pretty clear. It is covered off in the superintendent evaluation in some ways. But I think it is in terms of that code of conduct and how do we support healthy relationship between trustees and the superintendent. I think that's a pretty key point for me. And I don't, while I appreciate the move to just focus on upholding the superintendent evaluation policy, if that's what we want, I don't think it belongs in the trustee code of conduct.
Thank you. Trustee, where am I? Waters, Painter, I did. Trustee Duncan, you're speaking to this one again?
Yes, thanks, Chair. You know, if as a compromise, we could go back to the wording I suggested in the first instance, which was to focus on what the trustee's obligation is, which is to support the board's role or the board's obligation to performance manage the superintendent. I guess I don't agree that you know, it's even possible for an individual trustee to performance manage our superintendent. I don't know how an individual trustee would do that, but in any case, I think if we're looking to direct the conduct of trustees, then I think what we want to do is you know, recognize what the obligation is and how we want individual trustees to support the board's role in regards to performance managing the superintendent.
Trustee Waters?
I just want to point out that in the judicial review proceedings that we heard, this specific issue is argued in that individual trustees are justifying their comments on the fact that it is fair performance management for them to comment individually on the superintendent's performance. So it is an issue and one that this board has dealt with, and regardless of the outcome of the judicial review, you know, that's a side trip, but certainly you know, one trustee on social media making comment about the performance of the superintendent is what this clause is trying to avoid, because that isn't you know, the correct way to address performance management, obviously, as Trustee Duncan said.
Okay, so we're not going to discuss 3.27 any longer. We've kicked it around. We will come back to it when we put it forward as a proper amendment where trustees want to fall on that. So I'm open to 3.25, 3.26, and 3.28 for discussion right now. So any of those three clauses, any Trustee Duncan and then Trustee Whitaker?
Oh, I think Trustee Whitaker had her hand up first, Chair.
Okay, Trustee Whitaker, 3.25, 326, or 328?
Just let me scroll. And while you're cutting me off, I would just have people look at 3.7 in relation to 3.27. Anyway, 3.28, I just believe shouldn't be on here because you don't have your trustee code of conduct sanctions, and nor has the board directed the policy committee to create such a document. So I would like to see that one just not there at all.
And so
not that I don't think that there shouldn't be consequences for saying disparaging remarks about other trustees and all the rest of that. I just don't think that you write that in there when you don't have that.
So the trustee sanctions was started by trustee McNally and Painter when the board policy committee first started. and it
Regardless,
was-
the board never directed them to do that.
They
So
did when the
When?
policy committee started. Well, that's why they were working on it, because they were directed. So
I'd
that,
like to see that motion.
okay, I'm not sure I have it. I mean, I don't have it in front of me, obviously. So you're thinking that it should come out because it's not in front of us. Okay, anything, other questions on 32536 or 328? Trustee Duncan.
Just to complete the conversation on 328 from my perspective, I would hope that what was coming from the policy committee, although I would also appreciate some clarification in terms of sanctions, was a process for addressing concerns rather than, I don't know what this would look like, but what a table of sanctions, anyway, a process I could see for addressing concerns when they arise. But I think we do need that clarification on what was actually directed. And then in terms of 3.26, I just really wanted some clarification because I'm not sure I understand what the intention is with 3.26. It says individual trustees shall not provide direction to staff members. Trustees work with the chair of the board and the superintendent. The superintendent is responsible for communication, directions, and associated expectations to staff on behalf of the board. So again, you know, I think it's plain that the superintendent is responsible for operations and for ensuring management of staff. I guess where I'm confused is trustees work with the chair of the board and the superintendent. That piece, you know, again, you know, individual trustees can ask questions, and individual trustees as board members work with all sorts of staff members at board tables, at ad hoc committee tables, you know, secretary treasurer, and many, many other staff. So if I can get some clarification on what the intention there is, that would be helpful.
So I think this came up last year when some trustees were approaching individual staff members and asking for information or clarification. And then it was requested that all requests go through the board chair or the superintendent for trustees who wanted information from staff members. And so that would be keeping along with the direction that was given a year or two ago because of trustees seeking information on their own. So now everything goes through either the board chair requesting information or the superintendent, who then directs the work of the staff based on the board moving that forward. So that's, I believe, why it was put in place here, why this is in front of you. And that was an issue a year or two ago when we had to have some clarification at the board table. I hope that provides the clarification you were looking for.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, can we just say that then? Can we just simply say that trustees shall request information through, I don't know, appropriate channels or something like that? Because I think that if that's the intention, then that's what I suggest that we say. Because otherwise, especially this sentence where it says trustees work with the chair of the board and the superintendent, well, trustees don't just work with those two individuals. And so I don't think it's helpful to suggest that, and it doesn't achieve, I think what you're saying was the intention with this one.
Okay, so I'm open to Trustee Painter.
Yeah, I suppose I'm promise I'm not trying to be contrarian, but I suppose my reading of this, individual trustees shall not provide direction to staff members, context, and then the following sentence, trustees work with the chair of the board and the superintendent. You have a context subject relationship there. And so for me, I think that one flowing from the other makes it relatively clear. And again, this is just for me, but what's being referred to here. And it is that trustees don't direct staff, that they work specifically with the chair and the superintendent, and then any communication flows from that that work. So thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was fairly clear, and it's the way we work at the table right now. So any other comments or questions on 325, 326, or 328? Okay, so we are at 4, 25, 24, the last one, 4.0. Any issues, Trustee Whitaker?
Thank you. I think 4.1 and 4.2 should be 4.1, number 1. And I guess where it says responsibilities, I guess I'm just sort of struggling a little bit with where the responsibilities that we say are the School Act, and one, I think that 4.2 should be bylaws, policy, like state those bylaws, because bylaws are above policy. So we want to make sure those are included. But we're talking about responsibilities all the way through 3. Like, I don't understand why 3 is policy, when really when I look at most of those are the responsibilities of a trustee. That's what you're asking a trustee to take responsibility for, that they act in a certain way, and they, anyway. So I just wonder if maybe these need to be retitled as well as merging 4.1 and 4.2 together.
So retitled in what kind of a way? I'm just trying to figure out where you're going with that.
I just think, if you look at all of the number 3s, all 28 of them, because there's a lot, I think that you could probably thin those out to some are like the responsibility of a trustee and list those more under responsibilities. And then more are about, like, this is the way we act, this is the policy, or this is the procedure pieces within there. I just think when you're asking individuals to be responsible for things, you need to be clear. And we're asking them for in the all 3 points, however many there, we are asking them to be responsible for a lot of things. We're not just saying you just have to follow the School Act. We are saying, you know what, you are responsible for the scary one for me, social media. You're responsible to be respectful to your other colleagues. You're responsible, and when I look back at our previous trustee code of conduct, I think I mentioned that before, like it's about confidentiality, speaking on behalf of board. It's got many different other subtitles, which I think make it easier to understand what your role is rather than a bunch of bullets like do this, do this, do this. I just think that there's a bunch that could be done there. I understand that in the previous one, responsibilities was as well the School Act, but we've lost all the campaign activities, conflict of interest, and all those little subtitles that are in there.
Okay, I don't really, I don't follow what you're wanting in the regards that some of the things that you're looking for, I think, are in the code of the role of the trustee in the next document. But point taken.
They're in the code of conduct, Trustee Leonard. They are there. We've just taken out all the titles, and that's where
the subtitles. Yeah,
that's where I say in a couple of places, I think those need to be merged. They're the exact same thing, right? And I also think where we were having the discussion about 3.27, if we were to group those other pieces together, like 3.7 and 3.26, we would find that we've actually stated this thing, and now we're just kind of becoming, we're writing a policy to deal with one person, right? So it's just a thought. I'm not committed to anything, but I think as we're reviewing everything and doing another round, it's worthy of some consideration.
Okay. Jonathan?
I agree. The 28 different points are, there's a lot, and there's a lot of repetition between some of them. And I think the use of subtitles would help group some of them under different themes. There's some to do with board authority, conflict of interest, confidentiality, the evaluating and directing staff, like all of those could be different subtitles. And I would think that if you do it that way, you have only 3 or 4 points in each area, and it would just make it a lot simpler for everybody to understand.
Okay, thank you. I see that it's 9 o'clock. We're on still the trustee code of conduct. So
Chair, sorry, just
Yep,
had my hand
sorry.
up.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
I'm
just,
sure
I
that was
just,
from last time.
yeah, no, and I'm not going to belabor the points that have been made. I just want to very quickly agree. I think 4.1, 4.2 can be amalgamated into one. And I think especially for any trustees who, you know, if we bring in new trustees into a board, and as I think Trustee Whitaker has said, we're making these policies for future boards. I think it does help, especially for this, to have some very clearly defined topics laid out so it's easy to peruse. Thank you.
Okay, so my suggestion is to put the motion on the floor, and then I will read in the changes it sounds like people are interested in.
I'll put the motion on the floor, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try and do this to the best of my ability. And these are the changes that are not amendments at this time, or that are just strictly changes. So on the first page, number C, 3.1C would go up under definitions. 3.1A would be with diligence would be taken out. 3.1B would say abide by the policies and bylaws. And D would say protect and uphold the integrity of the board, of the district and the board. And that's page 1. Secretary Treasurer, did you keep up with me on that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry,
Any
Chair, point of clarification.
Yes.
Could you just clarify C for me?
C was going up under definitions.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so, sorry, point of clarification?
Yep.
I think what I said is that fiduciary duty needs to be, if we're going to use, I didn't say to totally remove C, but to make a definition.
Right. It's C is going up and going under definitions. That's what I said.
No, I just want fiduciary duty as a definition. Like,
Oh,
I
and
don't
then leave-
understand what you're saying.
So leave C as is and then put a definition up under definitions. That's what you're saying? What fiduciary responsibility is under a definition?
I was just really, you know, if I can.
Yep.
This is now very confusing. I think that we've done a lot of really, really good work. I would like to see the policy committee come back with those changes, because I think we did some really good work. And I think there's been a lot of really good suggestions. So let's clean it up, do another amendment and bring it back. So my suggestion would be to table this motion until whatever else you want, you can bring it back again. But I think trying to do this amendment without it written down is not a good way to do this.
The plan would be for it to be reflected at the board meeting if we move it forward, right? Accepting everybody's contributions.
Okay, we can bring it forward at the board. Because if we've made all of the substantive changes now, we can bring it forward with the red gone that's there now, and the new red would be reflecting the changes we've discussed tonight.
So why wouldn't you bring this back to ops next time after the policy committee's worked on it again, and we have a document that is, you know, something we can read and vote on because it's written down?
Well, we'll either bring it forward to the board meeting or to ops, depending on where we get in timeline.
Well,
And
what
depending
would
on
our normal process be?
when it's ready?
Which would be to ops then, right?
Not necessarily. It could be at the board meeting in 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So
Okay,
we'll see.
so what do our policies say that we do? How do we handle this?
It will be brought forward back to the board when it's ready to go. Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, the process to address Trustee Whitaker's question would normally to bring it back to the to ops, to the standing committee, and then the standing committee to then vote and to either send it to the board or not.
Well, okay, so
Thank you.
right now the motion's on the table. I need somebody to
Chair.
refer.
I
if you're
made a
not going
motion to table though.
You did?
Well, I tried to. I
Oh,
will do
sorry.
it more
Sorry,
officially.
I
I
missed
would
that.
like to table this so that it comes back from the policy subcommittee in a form that we can see what it is that we're talking about. Right? I don't I guess what my concern is, I don't understand what the rush is to do this. I would really like to do a good job, not, I don't know why there's a rush to suddenly do this.
Chair, a point of personal privilege, if I may.
Yep, Trustee Painter.
So I had, before you accept the motion to table, I just wanted to say I was expecting that we were going to go through and you were going to remind us all of what you've taken down, because I had planned to come back to 3.1D with some wording for what we had previously discussed. And I worry now that if we go to this piece to table or to refer, pardon me.
You'll miss that.
You mean we're going to miss that? So if you choose to accept, that's fine. I can bring it back at another time. I've got it written out here, but I would just maybe want trustees, instead of trying to rush this back to discussion, that maybe we allow the chair an opportunity to go through this one more time with the notes that have been taken, so we understand the work that we have done here. That's just my hope, but it's obviously.
So Trustee Whitaker, can you suspend your motion to table for a second? I can't hear you, sorry.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, like, you know what, just trying to go through A to D was very confusing for me, and I don't have it written out, just trying to understand the fiduciary duty. So, I mean, I can wait 10 minutes to table it again if you want. I just think the proper thing that we should do would be to write it all out. We did such good work. Let's go with that.
We did good work, and Trustee Painter had 3.1D that he had wording for, but he didn't get the opportunity. So he's just
I'm positive that the policy committee would take that, or we could just say it now.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So Trustee Painter, give us your wording for 3.1D.
So again, just recommended here, and trustees can accept or not, but my thinking was we could say, in accordance with the trustee oath of office, trustees will undertake their duties so as to protect and enhance the integrity of the district and the board.
That's more wordy than what's there.
It is, but I think if I may, so in accordance with the trustee oath of office, trustees will undertake their duties so as to protect and enhance the integrity of the district and the board. And my thinking around that is it takes what I think Dee was trying to do. It embeds the oath of office once again into that piece, and it takes what I think was a good recommendation from Mr. Farber around bringing in the word integrity into that piece. I do think that's a good addition. Anyways, that's there. If trustees want it, we can. If not, we can stick with what we have or try something better.
Okay. Any comments on that change there from trustees? Okay. Looks like that will be an addition. Okay. So if Trustee Whitaker, you want to table it now to go forward, you can.
Thank you. I would like to table this to ops, please, the next ops meeting. With gratitude and thanks to the committee for putting it together again.
Okay. We'll call the question. All those on moving it to the June ops, raise your hand. 1, 2. Okay.
Aye.
All those opposed? So motion to table is defeated. So we're back with it at this meeting.
Okay, let's amend it line by line then.
Okay, so we're we're on the first page. We're going to incorporate an addition under definitions for fiduciary responsibility of the board.
Can I please know what that definition is going to be?
I'd really appreciate it if we could raise our hands, because some of us are shouting out, and just keep it going.
So the fiduciary definition will be forthcoming. We don't have it in front of us, but it would be a definition, and then at the next meeting where this comes forward, trustees can still amend if they don't like the definition. Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So my understanding was that at C, we would be removing this and seeking to clarify fiduciary duty according to the School Act, and not just the sort of general fiduciary responsibility idea. There's specific obligations trustees have when it comes to fiduciary duties under the School Act, and that's really what we should be referring to here, and not some other general sense of, you know, fiduciary duty, but what we're actually obliged to follow. So yeah, I don't know what that's going to look like, whether it's getting rid of C and just adding a definition, or whether it's adding a definition and then qualifying that with you know, how it should be applied by trustees. I don't know, but I certainly would feel more comfortable seeing it rather than doing it on the fly like this.
Okay, appreciate that. So under A, again, we're taking out the words with diligence. Under B, abide by the bylaws and policies of the board is what the discussion was. Ryan has provided us with new wording for D. Turning the page, 3.2. The discussion around 3.3, I think, was all over the place in regards to a split on including the chair or not including the chair. So I'd like a show of hands. How many wanted the phrase including the chair included there? So we've got 2. And how many wanted the wording left as is on 3.3? So the wording stays the same on 3.3. 3.6, we've gone around and had a difference of opinion on what should be included there. I'll ask first the question, how many would like the wording to stay the same in 3.6 as it is? Show of hands. So the wording for 3.6 will remain the same. I had no notes for 3.7 to 3.9. Was I missing anything there? Okay. 3.21 to 3.24. I had no notes for that section. Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, so at 3.9, I had asked for some clarity around, you know, being more proactive instead of wording it this way, looking to instead clarify what kind of supports will be provided, whether it's training or the like, in order to support a trustee's understanding of their obligations under the Code of Conduct. Including but not limited to, you know, access to independent advice about their obligations, whether that might be through the BCSTA as our association or some other avenue. I would like to see some kind of supports for individual trustees at 3.9 rather than just go talk to your board chair or your superintendent.
So do you have wording suggestion?
No, I don't.
Do you think that it might fall under the orienting of the new board members to put a clause in there as I think someone suggested earlier?
I think that there's a role for, I mean, obviously orienting the new board is a supportive, you know, process, but I don't think that it addresses my concern about this and the code of conduct. No. I think it's an addition, and I would expect it to be in the orienting new board members, but I think what I'd like to see here is something more supportive. I mean, I think as a new trustee, you know, what you find is that there's a huge variety of opinions about what being a trustee, you know, means, and what the code means, and so in practice, and yeah, so it might be helpful to talk to some colleagues, but it might not be, and so I'd like to see us put in place something where we say to trustees, look, if you got questions about what this looks like in practice for you as a trustee, go and consult the BCSTA, go look at, you know, take part in your trustee orientation, something like that.
Okay, Trustee Ferris? Sorry, Trustee Ferris?
Yes, I just want, I'm not even sure that we need this, to be honest, but if we are, but if it's here, I think what it does is it reflects the fact, it assumes that you've had orientation, it assumes that you've gone to the BCSTA Academy, but you still have questions. And if you still have questions, I believe that, you know, a chairperson or a superintendent of schools or a secretary treasurer could probably help you. They may not necessarily solve your problem, but it's somebody you could ask.
They could point you in the right direction, perhaps. Trustee Whitaker.
Thank you.
You're on mute.
I think you passed over 3.13 and 3.14. The discussion was about merging those two and a bunch of other stuff, as well as 3.17 and 3.18 should also be merged.
3.7 and 8.
17 and 18.
We're not on that page yet. We're still on 3.9.
Oh,
sorry. I had to go back to 3.9. So I'm back at 3.9 with Trustee Duncan's concerns. Is there okay, I'll ask the question. How many trustees would like to keep the wording that's there?
Just hang on.
Okay, and how many trustees would like a change? Okay, so the wording that's there is going forward. Okay, now we're turning the page. 3.10 to 3.15. So the only comments I have written down here is 3.14. The end of the sentence would be personal gain. That was the only comments I had written down there.
No, we discussed merging that 3.13 and 3.14 are trying to achieve the same result. I believe it was Trustee Painter that made that one other comment, but we had a lengthy discussion about how the two of them seem to be doing the same thing, as well as with 3.17 and 3.18, which I know you're not on yet, but.
Okay, so we're just merging 3.13 and 3.14. Is that what you're saying?
I believe that's what we discussed.
Okay, perfect. And then you said, any other comments on 3.10 to 3.15? Trustee Duncan?
We also, we're going to remove the last part of 3.13 that suggests that trustees should only get access to information that a member of the public would under FIPA.
That's right.
Okay, so maybe Secretary Treasurer can clarify for me how that would change the intent of 3.13, or if it would, in relation to our board business.
I think if the first part of 3.13 remains, then I don't have any issue with removing the last part.
So necessary performance, other duties. So that would be duties, and that would be the end of the sentence. So the sentence would read, trustees should not access or attempt to gain access to confidential information in the custody or control of the board unless it is necessary for the performance of their duties. Correct? That's where that sentence is ending. Secretary Treasurer, is that where?
Yes.
Okay. And then the no trustee should use confidential information for personal gain would be the second part of that 313. Correct? Are we all on the same page then with combining? Okay, so all those in favor of that?
I just,
change-
that,
Sorry,
I see Esther and Jonathan both have comments.
I know. I just want to see if trustees are on the same page with this before I take their comments. So all those in favor of combining those two with that wording?
Which is 13 and 14?
13 and 14, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving that forward with that. Jonathan or Esther? I'll start with Jonathan.
I just thought maybe 3.15 is covered by 3.9, and if so, it could be removed. Not trying to be difficult here, I really think they're saying pretty much the same thing. .10 and 3.14 are clauses in the code of conduct, and 3.9 says, if you have questions about clauses, ask, the chair, superintendent, etc. And 3.15 is basically repeating that.
Yep. It's talking about the confidentiality though, and 3.9 is not.
Chair, if
Okay.
I may.
Yep, Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Farber saying that, but I do, after a read of 314, I do think 315 naturally evolves from 314. And I do think that it should remain just to make sure that there is clarity in relation to the previous clause.
Yeah. Okay, Esther. Thanks, Ryan. Esther?
I don't have the clause before me. I find it problematic to say that trustees should not access private information unless necessary for the performance of their duties, because who gets to judge what is necessary and what is not?
The board does.
To interpretation. I would imagine, as has been stated before, that when private information is presented to trustees, that it is done en masse with all trustees having access to that information. So I think it opens up a problematic pathway to making personal judgments about what's necessary and what's not.
Okay, thanks for your input. So we've got the wording of 313, 314, and moving forward. Okay, 316 to 320. I had notes 317 and 318 should be merged. Was there anything in this section? Anything else? Okay, great. We're moving on to the next page. I had nothing on no notes under 321 to 324. Okay, and no further hands right there. 325, I had nothing. 326, I had nothing. 327. Okay, so I'm going to ask the question as to the original wording first. So could I have a show of hands of the trustees who would like the original wording that's in the document to remain? 4. Okay, so the original wording remains. 328. There was a discussion about taking it out because we don't have the trustee code of conduct sanctions document here. So that's the only thing I have left here other than a quick comment on number 4. So can I just have a discussion here about that? The trustee code of conduct sanctions would flow from this. It is a document that is coming down the road. It was started, as I said, by trustee McNally and Painter, and is in, it's not quite ready for the board yet, so I'm open to what trustees want to do at this point in time. Secretary Treasurer, what are our options about including it at a later date if trustees don't want to move forward because they don't have the document in front of them?
I think that is fine. If we remove the reference to it, then it doesn't have to be drafted at this time.
Okay. Any further comments on that? So at this point in time, we would take out 328 until the document came forward, at which point in time we could add it. I don't see any hands for objecting to that. Okay, 4.0, abide by 4.2, we would change to abide by the bylaws and policies of the board, and we would merge 4.1 and 4.2 were my notes from that. Okay, with those.
With the addition, sorry.
Sorry.
Chair Leonard, but we also discussed grouping the 27 clauses together under subtitles.
And we have not done that. So, okay, so do trustees want to entertain subtitles at this point in time? Or leave the document as is? So all those in favor of moving the document forward as is at this point in time, signify with their hands. Okay, so that's a majority. So we're not going to add subtitles at this time. So the motion is on the floor to accept.
I'm sorry, can you tell me who voted for that?
Yep, I had Ryan, Elaine, Tom, and Jordan. And I knew that I had a majority, so I'm not sure.
Okay, I didn't see Ryan's hand, sorry.
Oh, sorry, he's got his little hand. He had his fake hand up, sorry. So we have the motion on the floor to move the policy forward with the all of the new information that's been documented and moved forward this evening will be in red, and the red that is showing tonight will be in black for the board meeting. So you'll be able to see the changes in writing. Okay, we'll call the question on the trustee code of conduct motion on the floor. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, trustee Duncan and Whitaker opposed, and the motion goes forward. So seeing
Chair
how,
Leonard,
yes,
I wonder, it's been 2.5 hours. Might we take a 5-minute break?
we might. That's an excellent suggestion. Okay, we'll see everybody here at 9:39. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to start herding people back to the table again. If they can hear me, to start circling back through. Ryan, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. So we're just waiting for Tom and Jordan. That's a great suggestion, Trustee Whitaker. Thank you. Okay, there's Jordan. We'll start. Because of the lateness and because we still have a lot to get through, we're going to move out of the policy section right now, and we're going to go to facilities planning and all of the reports that we have. And then if we have time to go back and talk about one of the policies before us, we will. But seeing the hour, and it was great work, lots of hard work that we just completed, and I appreciate that. But we're going to move forward to F1, operations update. So if I can turn that over to Secretary Treasurer. Oh, no, Mr. Morris.
Good evening.
Good evening.
In front of you, hopefully you have read the 3 pages that were distributed. The update for May 9th, 2022. There's some explanations in there for some slowdown on some of the things that we've been doing because of there's quite a few people sick in recent times. So we're struggling to maintain what we're trying to maintain until people get better and we can move forward. So schools are aware. Justin's been pretty careful in sending out notifications. Minor capital is fairly straightforward, as is small piece about the aviation shop and whatnot. Major capital is very straightforward at this point. Operations, that's our custodial things. Dave and Mark Baggett have been working hard to figure out the runs and how they're going to be distributed fairly to the custodians that we've got left and how they have to move in. Our buses aren't here yet. They should be. At recent count, Eric was telling me that they should be here around the end of May, early June. So fingers crossed. Health and safety notice there. Our networks, communication infrastructure, and security department. He's nice and concise every month. And then Brian's climate and energy report. I'll take any comments or questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Chuck. Any questions for Mr. Morris? Trustee Whitaker and then Duncan.
Thank you, Chuck. I just want to say thank you for your report and thank you for all your work trying to come up with shifts for our custodians in our school. I know how difficult and challenging that has been. I've heard from many of them, but I appreciate the efforts that you are trying to make. And yeah, it's a tough one, but thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll pass that on as well.
Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, just wanted to relay the same thanks to Mr. Morris, and also an additional thank you for coming back on the metal shop and the aviation and just updating us on where we're at with that. A huge thanks to you and the team for getting that done and moving that important piece of work forward. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. I'll pass on as well.
Great. Thank you very much. We're moving on to Vic High School seismic project update. And whomever is going to take that one. Is that you again, Mr. Morris?
I'm just trying to locate it in my pile of paper here.
I just wondered, were we doing this BC Hydro response letter piece or? Chair?
Um,
F1B, or was that just part of F1?
I don't have an F1B. F1. Operations update.
Well, my agenda has an April ops report addendum.
I think these were unanswered questions from last time that we were supposed to bring back to April.
Oh,
And that we've
okay, so-
attached to this report as answers to questions.
Okay, but we're not going through them. Okay, thank you.
And through the chair,
Yep.
Marnie is present and she can give you a brief update on Vic High.
Great. Thanks,
Yeah,
Marnie.
You're welcome. Just a quick one. The structural steel inside is still it's very near completion actually. They're still working on the west stairwell, and there is some pictures in progress of the west windows and the terracotta in progress on the west side. So that's still progressing and will be progressing for months as they wrap around the school. They're starting the electrical, mechanical, and drywall roughing inside, which is great. So it's progressing well, and we expect the tender results for May 10th for the civil work on site. So it is progressing.
Great, thank you. Esther?
Hello, thank you for the report. Through the chair, I do have a question for either Ms. Vistison or Mr. Morris.
And your question is?
Questions.
Your question is?
Oh, well, I have a couple of questions. I'm just looking again at a report in the Times Colonist, actually from December 2020, and I'm sure I've heard it elsewhere that the proposed modifications to Vic High's track and field plans include lights. And that's been confirmed numerous times. I see no sign of lights on the current plans. Can you please confirm?
Mr. Morris or Secretary Treasurer?
I can take it. Right now, we've got a tender being prepared and it should be going out anytime for the field and amenities, and lighting is on that tender.
Okay.
It doesn't
Another
show on
question.
the plans.
Esther, do you have another question?
Yes, it doesn't show on the plans. Can you please specify where it shows that there are lights on the plans, please?
It doesn't show them on the plans. So
How
it
can the
shows,
public know that there are lights then?
Esther, you've been given the answer. There will be lights. Do you have another question?
No, I had another question. I said, how can the public know that there will be lights if there are none shown on the plans?
Because we're putting it out to tender, so there will be lights. So could you ask another question if you have it,
It
please?
wasn't my question. My question was, how can the public know that there will be lights if there are none on the plans?
Well, I'm asking you if you have another question. You've been given an answer, and I'm asking if you have another question.
I do. I have noted the letters that have gone into the district about the plans around the NLC daycare. Most of them are critical of the lack of information. There were 3 letters from the Fernwood Community Association alone that were critical of the singular feedback opportunity. It wasn't consultation, the singular feedback opportunity that the public had. And one of the criticisms was a lack of information about the parking. And in January, I asked a question about the parking. I was told that yes, there was parking for the daycare, and that information did not go out with the plans that were shared with the public. And then immediately following the closure of that feedback opportunity, it was announced and confirmed that there would be parking. And I see on the agenda this evening that the site, I was concerned that it was at the north end using Vic High's valuable green space, but it looks like the district plans to, in the northernmost part of Vic High's bleachers that have been demolished, it looks like the parking is planned to go there. Is that correct?
Mr. Morris or Secretary Treasurer?
I would have to get back with an answer to that. I don't have the parking right in front of me.
I do.
Okay.
I do. I have it right in front of me. It's in the
So
agenda. And it
director-
shows that
our
it's in the
director of
demolished
facilities-
area of Vic High's northernmost bleachers.
Our director of facilities said he'll get back to us with that. So did you have another question for him? Esther, did you have another question?
How does the district explain the contradiction between telling the public on numerous occasions that Vic High has surplus land while using Vic High's sparse green space to construct a daycare for an outside agency, and then demolish a well-loved seating area, the stadium, and then replacing it for parking for an outside agency? How does the district reconcile that contradiction, please?
So that's a question beyond the staff question. Those are board decisions that have already gone through board process, have already gone through public consultation. Did you have a question specific to staff?
When was the public, trustee, please, trustee Leonard, when was the public told that the bleachers would be torn down and replaced with parking for the NLC? When was the public consulted about that, please?
I'm not quite sure if that was part of the public consultation. Secretary Treasurer, Mr. Morris, do you have any answer on that you can help me out with?
Sorry, Chair, at this point I don't, but I can get back to you.
Sure.
Chair, point of order. I'm just concerned we're a little off topic here in terms of the report coming forward from staff.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Thank you very much, Esther.
How is it that I'm off topic? I'm speaking about Vic High and we're talking about Vic High.
But some of the questions that you're asking are previous made decisions, which once the decision has been made and we move forward, we're not going to go back and revisit the question.
However,
So-
you stated that the public had been consulted, and I pointed out that the public had never been consulted.
Okay,
In
that's
fact, the public has never been consulted about the NLC.
That's your opinion. Did you have
No, it
any
is
other
not my
questions of staff?
opinion, with respect. It is not my opinion. It is a fact. All right. Sending out a survey with missing information does not qualify as consultation.
So I thank you for your questions. We're going to move on to the
I
next.
have another question about Vic High,
Okay,
please.
this will be your last
I have a
question.
question for Secretary Treasurer Morris.
Yep.
And I noted in the latest edition of the For the Record documents on the district's website that it says that you had a conversation in the fall, winter of 2020 with someone from the ministry who confirmed that Vic High, the Vic High, I guess, as a school was supposed to contribute 4.6 million.
So we've asked and answered this question many times.
No, you have not. I beg your pardon. Do not interrupt me, please. Trustee Leonard, thank you. I have not finished speaking. Thank you.
That question was asked many times and we have
I
the
have a
answer.
question. Thank you, Trustee Leonard, and I have not finished speaking. Thank you. I will finish and I will ask my question. Thank you.
The question has been asked and answered.
Secretary Treasurer Morris said, or someone reported that in the fall or winter of 2020, someone from the ministry told her and confirmed that Vic High was required to make a 4.6 million contribution that was reduced to 2.6 million. My question is, who did you speak to, please, through the chair?
And the question has been asked and answered as best we can as a district.
It has not been answered. I would like to know with whom the Secretary Treasurer was speaking, please.
So we are moving on to the Energy Manager report.
I beg your pardon. This is a very serious thing that such a claim has been made with absolutely no documentation whatsoever that the public can use to verify these claims.
Thank you,
It's a
Esther.
very serious
We're moving
matter.
on. We're moving on. So I would
And
invite.
so, shall I call the ministry and confirm whether or not this conversation occurred? Perhaps I will. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the Energy Manager report. Mr. Leslie, I think I saw you here someplace.
Yeah, here I am.
Great. Welcome. We look forward to your report.
Okay, I guess I better get those slides up if Andy's around.
Brian, I'm up now.
Are they up? I can't see them on mine.
No, sorry, one moment.
Okay, no worries.
Thanks for your patience. I know it's a long meeting.
Not that one. Okay, we're up.
We are there.
Okay, I can see it.
There we go. Full screen.
Okay, I'll get started. I'll try and make this 10 minutes. I think I think I can get it in 10. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Brian Leslie. I'm the district's energy manager. I'll be doing a quick overview of energy management in the district, which will also cover information from the District Climate Action Accountability Report, which is attached to the agenda. First, I'd like to recognize and acknowledge the Esquimalt and Songhees nations on whose traditional territories we live, we learn, and we do our work. Apologies if you recognize much of this introductory slides from last year. I used them to hopefully set the stage. So what is energy management? Briefly, it is about decreasing greenhouse gases, conservation of energy resources, including reducing energy waste and increasing efficiency. We also evaluate on-site generation and potentially energy storage looking into the future. Energy resources I'm talking about primarily natural gas, electricity, water, fuel, and paper. You'll see the money off to the side there. This is because typically the goal here and the result of good energy management is to save money. Oh, I got ahead of myself. There's also another goal which sometimes aligns with saving money, and that's primarily about these three resources. Next slide. Natural gas, fuel, and paper. These are our resources associated with carbon footprint. This is under the premise that electricity in BC is from a clean source. They represent greenhouse gases the district is responsible for putting into the environment. These are the resources that are especially important to reduce, use more efficiently and less wastefully, or to find better alternatives for. Next slide. When we look to reducing emissions, we need to understand where we can make the most impact. Here's a breakdown of the three major categories and their contribution to our carbon footprint to SD61. We got buildings, fleet, and office paper, buildings in blue. Overwhelmingly, we see our buildings creating 90% of our carbon footprint, fleet 6%, and paper contributing 4%. Clearly, the largest opportunities are in buildings, and within buildings, heating dominates GHG production. Next slide. Sorry. So here's what I mean by dominating GHG production. You can see here that GHG production follows the heating season exactly. In mid-May through mid-September, we shut down our boilers. So in May and June, even with the buildings at full capacity, our carbon footprint is relatively insignificant there. So you can see it's directly related to heat. For those of you with good eyesight, this slide is actually 2018, but the distribution is what you're going to see every year. Next slide. So in 2020 and 2021, we have another factor at play. In order to reduce the spread of COVID, we have taken measures. We've increased mechanical ventilation, we've opened doors and windows, all in an effort to increase air changes per hour to limit exposure. Next slide. So here you can see what happens when we send heated air out open windows and replace it with cold air, which must then be heated and so on. 2020 brought a 7% increase in emissions from 2019, and 2021 brought a 14% increase from 2019. 2021 did not have the COVID shutdown we experienced in 2020, so that's in part why we see an even greater increase. 2021 also had a much more visible display of open doors and windows as COVID began to reach the island post Thanksgiving 2020, with another bump at the start of 2021. Next slide. So here's an adjusted average with the impacts of this year, which still does put us on track for a 30% emissions reduction by 2025. This pace has been set primarily through boiler and mechanical upgrades at a pace of about 2 per year since 2021. So we need, at the very least, to maintain this pace, not just to meet our 2025 goal, but also to replace aging infrastructure. And what I mean by that is boilers don't last 50 years anymore. They tend to last 25 to 30 years, and we have 50 buildings. So it's basically 2 per year. Very simply put. Next slide. Looking forward to 2030, which is the provincial and the IPCC major milestone for limiting the increase of the average global temperature. COVID has taken us off pace in terms of reaching 50% reduction in emissions. This is a simplistic look. It doesn't take into account when and by how much ventilation can return to normal in the wake of COVID, nor does it factor in diminishing returns as we pluck away at low-hanging fruit. It does roughly show us that we need to embrace electrification of heat, new technology, innovation, and behavioral changes as we're going to meet as we strive to meet our 2030 goal. Another thing it doesn't show us is the contribution of this year's efforts. This is because COVID ventilation has temporarily overshadowed them. Next slide. So these are the highlights of our efforts real quick. Spectrum Community Secondary School boiler upgrade showing a 25% reduction in emissions so far, which is just amazing. That's on the upper end of that. There's still a phase 2 to go there, but that's been very successful in my opinion. Torquay photovoltaic installation, we become part of the solution in terms of providing clean source of electricity. That's 20 megawatt hours per year in its first year. So it's pretty impressive. Boiler additives are being piloted at 3 schools with the hopes of achieving 8.4% decrease in natural gas consumption at those locations. This could be a game changer if this works out the way it's supposed to. 8.4%, the reason I use that number, it's an expected average based on other studies, including other educational facilities. So a lot of optimism there. Unfortunately, with COVID, we're not getting any useful data. So there's a bit of a delay before we can move forward and try this in other schools. Lighting and controls upgrades, which have less of an impact on fossil fuel consumption, but are a major part of the whole equation in terms of lowering energy costs and freeing up electrical infrastructure that will help ready us for electrification of building heat. So it's important, even though it's not a fossil fuel. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to try and rattle through this quick. There's a lot to say here. Plans to continue reducing emissions. We got ongoing heating and ventilation upgrades. We got phase 2 at Spectrum regarding building controls. Vic High has 2 new boilers coming. Plans for 5 new major projects within the 23-24 capital plan. Phase 4 of energy efficient windows at Mount Douglas, plus they look really nice. Review of results of the boiler additive, potentially move forward. Look at recommissioning and retro-commissioning of existing buildings to take advantage of incentives through BC Hydro and ensure that buildings are operating as intended. More photovoltaic generation. The business case right now supports larger projects currently, and the return on investment does take a backseat to LED upgrades, which are much better return on investment. I mentioned in the Climate Action Accountability Report, renewable natural gas. That's maybe a misunderstood situation. I do encourage people to look it up, and especially in terms of the capture of methane from landfills and livestock. You know, a lot of potential there. It's definitely part of what I would consider the solution moving forward. Cedar Hill Middle School being net zero ready, very exciting. Moving on to fleet, we got 7 new electric vehicle charging stations, 6 of which are now underway. 4 new electric buses, plans to purchase electric fleet vehicles as soon as they become available. We all know it's not easy getting a hold of an electric vehicle right now. Supplies, we got district policy calls for the use of 100% recycled paper or recycled material, sorry, when possible. However, we still miss an opportunity with our paper consumption. In 2021, we created over 40 tons of CO2 equivalent from the times we used less than 100% recycled paper in our buildings. Moving forward, we look to further raise awareness of this policy and help our buildings to make the best choice when ordering supplies. New projects that use alternative recycled fibers are also now being used. Behavioral change. Programs that create behavioral change awareness and accountability transcend all the above categories. These approaches can exist with very little capital investment. This is why we're always looking to develop policies and programs that will foster participation from all staff and students. In 2022, we will be participating in the EnergyWise network with an incentivized program to decrease summer electricity usage. We'll also be expanding our popular space heater defeater campaign from 2021. Board has requested and approved the formation of a climate action committee in order to help promote a positive culture shift towards eco-friendly habits across the district and to help plan for the future. Behavioral change will be critical towards eliminating the gap between 2030 goals and current projections. Moving forward, next slide. So back to money for a bit. For those of you who braved through the budget meeting last January, you might be familiar with how successful we've been this fiscal year and created value through energy projects, energy saving projects. Next slide. We've taken in the neighborhood of $200,000 and turned it into over $1 million for a net present value of over $800,000. There are some projections in these numbers, but I tend to keep my projections very conservative. It's honestly going to be very close to the actual value over time. Next slide. And here's what I mean by these projections being accurate. This is large part of these savings are verified and sometimes exceeded, like in the case of Colquitt's Middle School, where we started this project LED retrofit in July last year. It's typically now showing 33% reduction in electricity from the previous year. This data is direct from BC Hydro's website. You can Google search My Hydro and try it out for yourself. You can do your own home bill if you get electricity from BC Hydro. And if you haven't done it already, I suggest logging in, do their 10% reduction challenge. It's absolutely fantastic. They give you graphs and everything. You can see your progress. And furthermore, if you go out and buy some LED lights, if you haven't already, make sure your house is all done. I guarantee you'll make $50 just like that. The other thing with Colquitt's Middle School, things that don't really show up is how efficient we become. When we started these LED projects, we were about 3 to 3.5 year return on investment, which is fantastic. I think that's what I reported last year. It was it's something like a 25%. It's like getting 25% return at the stock market. We're now down to 1.5 to 2.5 years, and honestly, lately closer to 1.5. So that's something to be very proud of as a district. I think that's far exceeding other districts as well. We got a really good crew of electricians and really good planning here. So congratulations to us. And that's all I got here. I think that's 10 minutes. So I'll let you alone. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. A very comprehensive report and lots of information for us. Any questions for Mr. Leslie on that PowerPoint? Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you, Mr. Leslie, for all your work. It's appreciated, and it's nice when you get to showcase it for us. Thanks for bearing with us. I know it's late for you. I just wanted to ask a question, and I appreciate if you don't have the answer off the top of your head, but I would be interested, as we look forward and we're, undertaking our planning. I'm wondering, where, in your view, we should be making investments in terms of electrification for heating and cooling, where you think we will, have the highest rate of return on our investments, start to move us away from the gas boilers, which I understand, are an improvement, on coal and more efficient, but the bar there is pretty low in the case of some of our schools. So yeah, I wondered what your view is in terms of the future and what some of that investments could be utilized for.
In terms of return on investment with electrification, it's not good. It's expensive. It's extremely expensive in large scale operations like these buildings. I've seen quotes for some of our secondary schools in excess of $1 million. It's not something that's going to pay for itself anytime soon. What helps is when things are coming near end of life. If we need to replace the boiler anyways, electrification incentives help things out. It's not a good return on investment, not like these LEDs that I'm showing you. That's like instant payback. But electrification, as part of our goals, it's something that we need to do. So.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, any further questions? Awesome. Thanks again for the comprehensive report. We're moving on to F4, Carbon Neutral Action Report. I'm not sure who's taking that one.
I think this report is for the committee's information and consideration, and I think probably Brian's available to answer any questions that might arise.
It's not an action item, it's just it's an annual report, correct?
Does it require board approval, Brian?
It requires executive sign off. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so everybody's got the report. Any questions? Okay, awesome. Thank you very much for that, because it's really important to have all of that in one place where we can refer to it. So thanks very much for the comprehensive work on that one.
So Chair Leonard, do we want to receive this report so that the executive signs off has been approved by the board?
Sure. Do you want to put a motion? There's not a motion on the agenda. So Trustee Whitaker put forward a motion.
The motion is to accept the report as presented.
Great, thank you. I think we've had enough discussion. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and that was unanimous. Thank you very much. So that allows staff to sign off on it and send it on its merry way. Thank you very much. We're moving on to F5, Annual 5-Year Capital Plan Draft. And is that Mr. Morris or Secretary Treasurer?
No, that's me. Did I remute myself? No. Okay. The 5-year annual capital report is due by June 30th of each year. And so I think 2 years ago, the board requested a draft come in May for the committee or the board's information. So I can go through the presentation if you like, where it's there for your information. This will come back to Ops and the board in June. And just in case you don't want me to present, just a big, huge thank you to Marnie, Vistis, and Harwood for preparation of all the documentation that makes up the capital plan. It looks nice and tidy when we bring it forward like this, but there's a lot of work that goes into the background of prepping all those numbers and projects, etc.
Yeah, this was because the board didn't want to see all this information the first time when we had to approve it at the end of the year. Correct. Trustee Whitaker, you have,
I was just going to say I'm quite happy to have the Secretary Treasurer go through the report. It's just easier to understand the slides when somebody's kind of talking me through them a little bit.
Sure.
Okay. Secretary Treasurer.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can everybody see the 5-year capital plan? Great.
Yes.
Okay, so first we start with our draft planning principles. First and foremost, safety, then space, enrollment and capacity, the existing building condition, climate change, and the funding categories available. And at all times, we are trying to make safe and engaging learning environments for students. In terms of the annual facilities grant, we have 47 projects on the plan right now, and that's up 6 projects from 21-22, and they are at the end of your report on this particular agenda item. There's a long list of them. I didn't list them all here. In terms of additions for 23, so just a nuance here, it's the 5-year annual capital plan. Annual facilities grant follows the current fiscal, the budget fiscal, whereas major and minor capital are a year ahead. So the AFG grant in this capital plan is for 22-23, which is next year. And then the rest of the plan, minor and major, is for the year after that, 23-24. And this is a common pattern for the 5-year capital plan submission. So additions are used to increase capacity of existing schools. And so Sundance, we know we have a seismic project advanced to the next level. And this next iteration of Sundance Elementary is to increase the capacity. And the other increased capacity project that we have in the plan right now is Reynolds Secondary to increase its capacity to 1325. Oh.
Trustee Whitaker?
Yeah, just through the chair. So how many seats, like I understand the increase, but how many seats are we increasing Reynolds? And I think Sundance is pretty.
I think Sundance is 50 to 75. I believe it's 75. And I think Reynolds is about 200 or 175.
Okay, thank you.
In this capital plan, because we know how long it takes to get a new school in or to get a major capital project approved, and similar to last year, we do have a new school included in this capital plan. And so we're calling this 2 projects, up one from 22-23, but really it's a breakdown into 2 projects. Site acquisition and construction of a downtown Victoria elementary school. And we had this on last year's capital plan. And we are wondering if we should be proposing to the ministry a new Sundance Elementary School as an alternative to the addition proposed and the seismic. And so we'll try to advance that rather than the seismic upgrade and expansion to an old building.
Trustee Whitaker?
Sorry. So maybe just as that moves forward, I'm just thinking of the area around here. So is Sundance in the location as far as like with boundary and the number of students? Because I just think, I mean, I could be wrong. I'm trying to place it. And my understanding is that that's not where all of the development is going. So I'm just wondering how that plays into the piece, because that isn't an area with high density expectations in the future.
We know through boundary review that we require Sundance Elementary as a school. So right now we can have a seismic upgrade to the existing school and then do an addition to the existing school. Or if the business case is such that the current cost of seismic and an addition is greater than the renovation and addition, then we can try to make that business case to the ministry. Regardless, we need space at Sundance Elementary. The first project, site acquisition and construction of downtown Victoria Elementary School, I think speaks to the development that you're thinking of, Trustee Whitaker, in terms of trying to look far down the road. If it takes this long or 10 years or a decade to get a major capital project, we want to make sure it's on the books for the long term. And so the first bullet is more speaking to the development, and the second bullet is more speaking to the fact that we need Sundance Elementary for boundary review. And so do we do a seismic upgrade in addition, or do we ask for a completely new structure on that site?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I totally read that wrong.
Okay.
Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wondered, through you to Superintendent, Secretary Treasurer, rather, where does that leave bank? Do you have an update for us in terms of bank?
No, I don't have an update on bank.
Okay, so we still don't know whether
we have a couple of letters going back and forth between the city and the and the district, and we have we have some work to do there from staff to staff, and we are having some discussions, but no recommendations yet.
Okay, and do we foresee, through the chair, just to follow up, if I may?
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we foresee that when those discussions have concluded that it will impact our decision around Sundance?
We're hoping, from our perspective, we're hoping it doesn't. I don't know from other perspectives if it does impact our decision or not.
Thank you.
I've lost my cursor, sorry. Okay, seismic. This particular funding envelope is used to seismically upgrade existing schools to mitigate seismic risk. And so similar to last year, you can see that we have many of the same schools here. And when we look at Reynolds as having a seismic upgrade, we also hope this gets supported along with that addition that we talked about previously. And I'll just make a note that Shoreline and Craigflower are to be determined. We know that they are H1 as well in some of their blocks, and that we are trying to pick up that discussion again with the nations. School enhancement program, moving into more of the minor capital here for 23-24. So the school enhancement program is used to renovate or upgrade buildings that are not big enough for major capital, but bigger than AFG can manage. So 5 projects. Last year we had 6 on the list. South Park roofing, replacement phase 1, Esquimalt dust collection system. So South Park and Esquimalt were on last year too and not supported. So we're hoping to advance those. SJ Burnside, this is the window work that we would like to get done. Mount Doug, the window upgrade phase 5, and gym floor replacement at Central. CNCP is our carbon neutral funding pot, and this is used to improve our carbon neutrality. So again, as Brian mentioned, we have 5 projects. Vic High HVAC, Reynolds HVAC, Lambert Park, Doncaster, and Sundance. Either replacing boilers or unit ventilators to become more efficient. Draft playground, we had 1 playground approved for the 22-23 school year, and so this year we're asking for Hillcrest, Frank Hobbs, and Vic West, and these are always applied for as universally accessible now. And that's the end of the presentation.
Awesome, thank you. And then the rest is just the submission summary listing of all of
the more of the detail.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you very much. So that will be coming back to us in June. So that gives trustees an extra month to have that information in front of them. And if they have more questions to bring back for June, and you don't expect that to substantially change between now and then, do you? No. Okay, perfect. Okay, seeing no questions of the Secretary Treasurer, we will move forward. New business, Trustee Waters, you have a motion on the floor.
I do, but given the time, I'm happy to withdraw. I can take the committee through a little bit of the Greater Victoria Foundation for Learning background if anybody's interested, but I've not sensed any interest on behalf of the board to move this forward. So I'm happy just to let sleeping dogs lie in terms of the Greater Victoria Foundation for Learning.
At this point in time, so if trustees have questions for you, you're able to answer them? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but not in the meeting.
No. Okay. Trustee Whitaker, you had a point of clarification or?
Yeah, well, and actually for the Secretary Treasurer, because I agree with Trustee Waters, I guess for me, where I'm not sure, I just want to leave sleeping dogs lie. That at some point we should make a decision on this. I'm just wondering if the Secretary Treasurer can give us an understanding of any associated costs with just letting things sit in limbo?
I believe there are some annual report filing costs. Other than that, staff time to hold an AGM each year, which takes very little time, but does require some work in terms of an agenda and the filings themselves. But we would say that the cost of administration and the foundation itself right now is fairly low. And I'm not sure, Katrina, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The filing fees are less than $500 and it's pretty low effort at this point.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so thank you. That's been withdrawn for the evening. Trustee Duncan, you have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Appreciate that it's late. Folks are tired and we've done some good work tonight. I do think, though, that we need to address this motion because it does require timely action by the board. So I know we've discussed this before, so I won't belabor the point, so I'll just introduce it briefly. So again, what we're looking for here with the motion is a commitment on the part of the board that if the donations are forthcoming to fund 2022-23 year for our elementary strings program, acknowledging that during that time we would need to review and establish a long-term funding solution and look at any kind of concerns regarding access. The other thing that this motion would be directing that hasn't already occurred is obviously that donors would be looking to ensure that the board is committed to using their donations for the purposes of running an elementary strings program for 2022-23. And obviously, if that were not to go ahead, would expect that the monies be returned. I know that we have done this in relation to other donations that we've received, writing undertakings, similar undertakings, committing to use the funds for the specified purpose of the donor and return those funds if we were not to go ahead and need them for that purpose. So I hope that folks see the benefits of having an opportunity, really a unique opportunity, despite the financial constraints that this board finds itself in, to continue the program for one more year, to allow those discussions to occur about the long-term feasibility of the program, both from a permanent funding solution perspective, but also from an accessibility perspective. And I think it would be helpful through the chair to also hear some of the highlights potentially from the superintendent regarding a meeting that she and other senior staff attended with the Advocacy for Music in Schools representatives, and also with the president of the GVTA to help us in our deliberations this evening.
Okay, because the board motion, it was directing the superintendent to meet with Amos, and I understand that she has done that. I'll turn it over to Deb for a comment on the meeting that you had.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Leonard. We did meet with the Amos, and as in the motion, we're currently preparing a full report to come to board at the end of May.
Okay, so so if this goes ahead, then we would get the fulsome of your report at the end of the month. Okay, so I just wanted a couple of clarification questions of the Secretary Treasurer, if I could, before this goes forward, because the motion's on the floor. Of the 208,817, number one, would that include benefits, that amount? Okay, yep, that was a nod, yes.
Yes,
And
sorry, I'm unmuting.
okay, that's okay. And any wage settlement that's negotiated for BC GVTA through the BCTF coming, which would be effective July 1st ongoing for next year, that presumably would not be included then in that amount.
No, the 2008 is status quo 22-23 wages, as we had no other information at budget time. So if there was a collective agreement increase, that would increase the cost of providing the program from 208,000 to some other higher amount.
Okay, so that would be my first question, was to make sure that that would be covered in that amount if this goes forward. Questions, concerns, issues before I get on the speakers list? Trustee Waters.
I'm just wondering if there's information about where the money is coming from.
Are you directing that to Trustee Duncan or to see
or
if
the superintendent, or
to see if the superintendent gleaned any of that information? Okay.
Yeah, through the chair, the meeting did not provide, or the information was not provided as to where specifically. They did speak to donations, but they did not speak to specifics.
Okay. Any other questions? Trustee Ferris?
Sure. I have questions. I'm not necessarily looking for answers tonight. My feeling about it is that this is a project that might better be undertaken for middle schools, almost impossible for elementary schools. But nonetheless, I applaud the efforts that people have made. But my questions would be, first of all, that is the funding in place right now? And secondly, is the proposal going to be equitable? Will every elementary school in the district offer the program? And will students who want to be in the program but cannot necessarily afford it be subsidized in any way? So I have lots of questions, as I say, and I think really if something like this were undertaken, it would take pretty well a full year to get it off the ground. I still think it would be easier and probably more effective to have a middle school strings program because it would be easier to make it universal. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to put myself on the speakers list because I don't see any other hands. So I am not opposed to music. I am opposed to the inequities that have resulted in the middle school music program in our district. I asked for a list of the schools that had the program currently, and there is definitely an east-west split for the schools that are offered it. There's only 3 schools from my notes on the west side of town that offer the program. All the other schools are on the east side of town. There is also a have-not split for the schools that are offered the program. And so it's one of the issues I've had with the strings program. And so I'm not going to support the motion because what it's proposing is, again, the schools that can afford to contribute to it are going to keep the program for a year, and the schools that can't or have never had the program will not be contributing to the program, will not be contributing monies. When I looked at all 10 middle schools offerings in the music genre, all 10 middle schools offer a strings program. So that shows me that all 10 middle schools could offer a beginner's strings program as well, not necessarily beginner and advanced for entry level. So I really have an issue with it being offered to all students on both sides of town, no matter which part of town you live in, the have or the have not, as I would call them. The schools that need financial assistance, the schools that have community link funding, and as opposed to the schools that don't. And so that's always been my issue with the strings program. It's never been music. It's been how it's crept into certain parts of town or certain areas and not been offered to all students. So it's not, as one letter writer said, it's not even equating to the high schools and the sports academies. It's got nothing to do with that. So the way the motion reads, this funding proposal would not even be ratified to the 30th. And yet the money's supposed to be in place by the 31st in order to move forward with the staffing. So there's a lot of logistics, as Trustee Ferris has said. It might take a while to get this off the ground, but the way this has come forward and the way it's being promoted, I still can't support it because I don't believe it's being offered in our district to everyone across the board, and it can be started at the middle school level. Trustee Whitaker?
Thank you. One, I just want to clarify, we do have strings in our middle schools.
We do. That's what I said.
At this time.
I said all 10 middle schools offer strings. That's what I said.
Yeah, so I just where this talking about this money. So I do think the motion needs to be amended, number one. But I did want to just speak where I do support this because I support us doing a program review. I believe that music in elementary school is important. And I know that we've talked about that and we say, oh, well, they're doing recorders and they're doing this and they're doing that. I would like to see us really take a look at our music in elementary schools. And I think this provides an opportunity to keep things at the status and allow us to do that. Imagine what it would look like if we did, you know, that half of our schools, elementary schools, were able to participate for part of the year and the other half did participated in the other year. What if half of our schools participated in strings or another instrument, while another half was participating in drumming, right? How could we take this opportunity and turn it into something even bigger and better? We can't do it without having a program review of what we are doing. I really see that there's actually a lot of opportunity rather than a lot of what we can't do. I think that there's more opportunity if we're open to having those discussions. I would love to see us doing a across the district elementary school music program that created those opportunities that allowed that cultural diversity of drumming, of strings, of wind instruments, and really, you know, I guess maybe expose students at a younger age to what we talk about music as an exploratory in middle school. And I think anybody who's played an instrument knows that it's that playing with the instrument in a trial basis where you're not sticking with it, that you find the one that's for you, the one that sings and resonates for you. And we only get to do that when we're exposed to it. And when we have the opportunity to touch and to try and to take it home and do it with all our friends. So for me, I'm going to support the motion. I do think we should need to amend out the pieces that have already happened, but I support anything that allows these opportunities in our elementary school and to allow us to think with creativity and imagination on what we can do to get these kids connected, our students connected to their learning, to music, and to all of those opportunities that come from being creative and in the arts.
Trustee Painter, Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. And I want to just first acknowledge all the work that I know Amos, not just Amos parents, but Amos, the group themselves, and all parents who are invested in music education in the district, and certainly around the elementary strings program. I know that there's a lot of love out there for the program and a lot of big feelings and important connections to it. And that's not lost and it's not forgotten in any of this. Nobody I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to speak for my colleagues when I say we all, you know, appreciate the value of music and what it brings, and we want to make sure that, you know, those who get a benefit from it can do so in a way that helps them and serves them, but, you know, in a way that we can support all of our students. I'm challenged though, to vote on something when I don't have a full report from my superintendent, which I know will be coming later, in terms of a staff recommendation, discussions, thoughts, and pieces. It's requiring me to not receive the full information from staff, who are the professionals on the ground at the lead of our school district, to provide good, sound, focused advice to the Board of Education in order to help us make decisions. I feel like right now and certainly it's not the board meeting, but I feel like right now I'm being asked to make a decision without a full spectrum of information. So I'm not sure if I can vote this evening. I mean, I'm very much considering abstaining at this point, because I just feel like I don't know if I can get there. So yeah, I have to wrestle with this a little bit and see if I can intellectually or functionally get myself to a place where I can vote on something without the benefit of staff information. So thank you.
Trustee Waters?
Yes, I feel similarly. Like for me, there's just so many question marks remaining. I don't want to refer this motion to the board meeting, because the motion as it stands, like half of it is happening anyways. Like the report is coming forward, right? It's that middle piece around the board signing something, which so I'm not sure how to deal with it exactly. I was wondering if we could get a little bit of information around how we currently handle donations that are specific. Like I know when you go onto the website, if you click on the donate button, you can select which programs you want it to go to. So I'm just wondering, like, is there anything we should know about the existing processes? And then beyond that, I think we really do need to suspend, you know, debate on this motion until we have all of the information, which will be at the board meeting.
Secretary Treasurer, that first piece of maybe Trustee Waters' inquiry.
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of things at play. You know, we have a long established practice of receiving donations for fairly typical items like breakfast program, et cetera. And we do put those toward the school or the program that people are requesting. So we don't support anything to do with staffing at the moment. And I think this is where the board's bylaw maybe is going to come into play in terms of programs that the board can support. And I think that'll be something the board will need to consider at month end. So in terms of receiving donations at this time, we do put them forward to programs or initiatives that people request. But again, none of those have to do with staffing.
So we're sort of at a impasse here from what I'm hearing. Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the point through you to Secretary Treasurer around how we deal with donations in the context of, for instance, Sports Academy funding. How would that be addressed? I mean, in terms of staffing. So money that's donated to a sports academy, how does that happen?
I don't believe that pays for the teachers, but Trustee Secretary Treasurer can clarify.
Yeah, so academy is a fee for service. So the parent pays a fee. It is not a charitable donation or a tax deductible receipt.
And sorry, what about the coaching staff?
They're paid for through the fees.
But they're contract employees, are they not?
Yes.
And so is our superintendent a contract employee, right?
But they're not.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is
the difference is they're not staff. They're not hired by they're not on payroll. They're not staff that in that sense.
So who pays coaches?
Secretary Treasurer?
Well, we gather the funds through either the regular enrollment or regular revenue or school generated, and we pay the bills for the contracted employees through the district funding because we collect the revenue.
So just point of clarification, Chair, just to make sure I understood the answer from Secretary Treasurer is that the district collects the revenue. In this case, in the case of sports academies, it's through fees. And those fees are paid out to coaches, for instance, or any other resulting expenses that might arise in the context of the delivering of the
I think the fees pay for any incremental costs of the academy that aren't paid through enrollment funding. For example, a block of baseball might be a block of PE or something like that, but that is a funded FTE enrollment, and then the fees pay for any other incremental costs of running the academy.
They might rent out the ice time at Perks Arena. They might bring in a specialty baseball coach, something like that.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate the clarification, and so I understood the point correctly. So I guess my follow-up then, in terms of problem solving and going back to what Trustee Waters was mentioning around, where we are as a committee and what we can achieve tonight. I note and I accept that, the superintendent has already had discussions with Amos, and the superintendent will be coming back to the board to report out in May at the board meeting. And so what it does leave is this middle section of the motion, which does speak directly to how the funds, if they are received for the purpose of delivering the elementary strings program, will be used. And really, what I'm hearing is that we already have a practice whereby if a donator has a specific, intention behind their donation, we will receive those funds and use it for that stated purpose. And if we can't use those funds for those stated purposes, we would in fact return the money to the donator. And I'm going back also to the board pack up and the fact that we gave a similar undertaking to Bays United, or not we, but our Secretary Treasurer gave a similar undertaking to Bays United, who donated $50,000 for a turf field at Vic High, but contingent on the board supporting a turf field there. And if the board doesn't go ahead and do a turf field, then the undertaking is that $50,000 in donation would be returned to Bays United. So I guess long story short is I want to just confirm that, the normal course of business for our school district would be to return donated funds if in fact they're not going to be used for the intended purpose.
The difference what the Secretary Treasurer has already stated, though, is that we have no programs that we do this for our employees, our staffing. Trustee Waters?
I think the other challenge based on our bylaws or our policies is that we don't have an approved program for the funds to go towards.
You mean similar to the academies or board approved?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, I think it's bylaw 9111, 9,111 or whatever it is. It is for board approved programs, right?
Yeah. So we have a little bit, we still have a little bit of work to do before this can move forward, like approving a program for the donation.
Yeah, and like, if I may, just if I still have the floor, like my question around like where the money is coming from, like that's really genuine. Like I want to understand, is this like, is there going to be like a big fundraising effort? Is this coming from individual parents? Is there grants? Is it big donors? Because I think that makes a big difference around how, how we can consider this. So I feel a little frustrated that I've been asking for a month, like where is the money coming from? And there isn't that answer. So I hope that we can clarify that at the end of the month. I feel
Okay.
like it's a very reasonable ask.
Trustee Duncan, quickly.
Well, I'll be as quick as I can, Chair, but I guess what I'm looking for is, so we've got some concerns, we've got some maybe potential ideas for solutions, but I guess the main concern is that if the donors are going to put forward the money to support the program for one school year, they want some assurances that the board will support the program, delivering the program. And so, I think that's really where we're left is, does our board support delivering the program for one more year to allow for those discussions about how to, provide funding for it in the long term and address any accessibility issues? Does our board support that? Because at the end of the day, obviously, yeah, I really think that that's a central question, and we can either answer it tonight, which I think we need to, or we can answer it at the board meeting. But I suggest that we need to answer that question tonight.
Well, I would put forward that if the board determined and voted to accept the money, that they would create the motion to approve the program to accept the money. But I don't think that's the issue that is hindering some of us. Trustee Waters.
Again, going back to like where the money is coming from, because committing to 2,000 people, that if we get the exact right amount, if we don't hit that threshold, then we're going to return it. I mean, that is a much larger administrative process than saying, if we don't get these 2 grants, right, then we'll return the funds or whatever it is. And so like it's a much bigger administrative piece. If we're looking at having individual parents paying, then it stops being a charitable process and it ends up being that user fee structure that we have. So that's why it's important to me, because if somebody's offering, $250,000 to the school district, I wouldn't say no to that in a million years. But, to commit to a specific thing and to specific staffing without that, that detail, and to be being asked to sign something saying, this is how we'll use it and only in this way, especially for a program that's inequitable and doesn't give us the flexibility and maybe improve that, to me is just a little, I don't feel comfortable with it at this time, because $208,000 could be raised a ton of different ways. And there's a lot of different, like I can think of all sorts of scenarios that would be uncomfortable, right? Like, is it coming from a petroleum company? Is it, is it coming from 600 parents, So
Ryan and then Trustee Whitaker.
Yeah, I just want to really back up, I think, a really important point that Trustee Waters is making, and that is that the proposal being made and some of the assumptions being put into this proposal are that this is just a very easy decision for the board to make. Just make a decision whether or not you want to do this. But in fact, what I'm hoping people are hearing is that for individual trustees at this table, it is not as easy as some may be making this out to be. There are incredible logistical and administrative challenges with something that it does not have a lot of transparency built into it already. And it's already been a month that we've been discussing this. And we're no further along in really understanding the logistics of what's being proposed, who the funders are, where the money's coming from, how much is coming, and, how much is being donated by who. I mean, there's so much that I don't know about this program to for 1 year get donations from the community to support staffing, ongoing, not contract staffing, fundraising in the community to support staffing in our schools, and which in and of itself, from a philosophical perspective, in terms of the encroaching privatization of public education, is just hugely problematic. But if we put that on the side for a sec, there is transparency missing. And as has already been discussed when we were talking about the trustee code of conduct, all trustees having the same information is very important. And I know we have trustees at this table who really feel that, and I think we should all feel this way. All trustees should have the same information when considering these things. And right now, I don't feel like I have the same information that other trustees at this table have. That is very frustrating because I am being asked to make a fiscal decision about not just the my fiduciary duty and a fiscal decision going forward for the next year, but I'm being asked to do something that has implications for staffing, and I don't have all the info. So I feel like I'm at a supreme disadvantage, and I'm being asked to take a huge leap of faith, which honestly, it makes me not want to support this. So again, I'm just putting that out there. I think it's being made to sound like it's just a very easy decision to make, and it's not.
Trustee Whitaker?
Okay, so I just want to, I guess, speak to the whole, there's mysteries, we don't know who the funder is, we don't know, without, you don't have that information, and that you're concerned about, is it 2,000 donors or whatnot? And I just want to be fair that at no point has this board actually given the people of Amos the opportunity to really come forward and to give that information. I think that they're probably listening, and that if we opened that door, that there would be opportunity for those discussions. But this board has, one, tabled the motion previously, so that now we're discussing it. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, that you need that information to make the decision. I completely understand that, but I don't think that we've given them the opportunity to provide us with that information. I think it's been, so what I'm trying to say is that I believe that this is something that is viable. I don't believe that these parents are doing all this work and effort and continuing through on 2,000 donations. I think that they are very serious. I think that they have a very serious funder who is interested in supporting this. I personally have received emails from I don't know, not even from town, from music stores, from the mainland, who have offered to provide money. So just throughout the whole budget process where these comments came from. So I do see it as being something that can be done. I'm hearing that you want more information, but I guess I would ask the board, the question is, when are we willing to hear that? When are we willing to set up the opportunity for that discussion with these people to bring that forward? Is there an opportunity for them to create a different report or to present to the board? Because so far this has just been a motion coming from Trustee Duncan.
I've got Trustee Waters, and then Ryan, do you have your hand up again, or is that an old hand?
Yeah, no, I just because.
Okay, hold on for a second. You're in a second. I'm just going to concur with Trustee Painter that this is not an easy decision, and it's beyond talking about music. It's beyond talking about $208,000 for the elementary strings program. It's a very slippery slope, as I mentioned in one other meeting, for parents to go out and solicit donations for math programs. For if somebody handed us $208,000, what could we do for reading and literacy in our district? So it's a very slippery slope to say we're going to put donations and put them towards certain people's perception of what we should be offering in a program, and use it as public funding, and create a program that we're going to get donations. We've never done that before, to my knowledge, and so the academies are totally different. That was set up, that was staff-driven, School Act approved. They've created legislation just for that specific thing. But walking down this path, again, it's not just about music, and it's not just about elementary strings. It's about creating a whole different entity than we've ever had for a specific group of people who want something, who want programming of a certain nature in the schools, which I know it helps all aspects of the brain, but it's not academic program. It's not reading. It's not math. It's not in the core of what we normally offer. So it's a slippery slope, as Trustee Painter said. It's not an easy decision. So I'm going to Jordan and then to Ryan.
I just wanted to just answer the question around when is that opportunity. I understood when this came forward last time, and I believe I raised because my concerns have remained the same, not even like questions. And then the superintendent was directed to meet with Amos and bring forward a report. And what we've heard is that the report will not be ready until the end of the month. So my hope is that that was the instance in which that information would be brought forward. And if there are all of these answers out there, then, you know, I invite Amos to share that information with trustees, because to this point, we don't have, you know, beside the ideological questions, but just the real functional questions on how this would work.
So
can I just call a point of order, Chair? And can I offer a motion to extend the meeting for another 10 minutes?
Yes, you can. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and it's extended till 11:10. Ryan, you're next on the list.
Yeah, just a really quick question. So I heard Trustee Whitaker's response to my very genuine and heartfelt questions, and I was going to say very similar to what Jordan has said, but in Trustee Whitaker's response to me, she said she's certain that through you, Chair, that the parents know what's coming and have all the organization and all of this. And I have to ask, I mean, the certainty coming from, you know, from Trustee Whitaker, and certainly Trustee Duncan bringing this motion forward and being so full, I have to ask, do Trustee Duncan and Trustee Whitaker know the relationship of this funding? Do they know who the funders are? Do they have that information? I have to ask this, because with the assurity and the certainty that they both seem to have, I feel like they must know. So if you don't, fine, but if you do, can you please share it with us?
I would answer, yeah, Trustee Painter, I don't know. What I do know is parents, and have worked with them for years and organized parent groups. And I'm telling you, parents do not put this much energy and effort out unless they got something real.
Okay. Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So, you know, there's a lot of things from my perspective I want to say, but I guess first and foremost that, you know, there was an opportunity to do a program review, and it could have been handled in that way rather than eliminating a program through a budget process. Then there was another opportunity before the board at a recent board meeting to do a program review in conjunction with maintaining the program through a donation for this one school year. And the board rejected that as well. So, you know, I think there's some frustration that, you know, that we're not, you know, embracing the possibility in a way that is proactive. And I appreciate that there's some questions that trustees have. And I expect that when the superintendent reports at the board meeting in May, that many of those questions will be addressed by then. I guess that, you know, the question from my perspective is, you know, even if all of the questions have been addressed, even if the philosophical issues have been addressed to the satisfaction of my colleagues, you know, even if, you know, I continue to point out examples of how we have international student program fees that funds our staffing, that funds our operations, our public education, in fact, that we really rely on, and many school districts rely on. You know, they're really just asking for one school year. And if we can address the concerns in a timely fashion and take advantage of the opportunity to do so, then, if there's a genuine interest in addressing access, in looking for a long-term funding solution, it's not insurmountable. That can be done. There's already been ideas floated, and there's a lot of history that's been shared with me about previous superintendent strategies around provision of strings and how the strings program at the elementary level developed in the first place and so on. There's many, many options out there for delivering this and being equitable and how we do it. So I guess really what I'm hoping tonight is that.
See, Duncan, were you going to answer the question? I'm just sorry.
I'm sorry, Trustee Waters, would you, if you have a question for me, I would
Duncan,
really appreciate if you direct it through the
Trustee
chair.
Duncan, just finish your comments because we'd like to figure out what we're doing with the motion. So, Trustee Duncan, proceed.
I would really appreciate it if colleagues would direct questions to the chair. It's just a respectful way to conduct ourselves.
We're trying to keep on track at this late hour. I get it.
I know we're all tired. All tired. So, at the end of the day, I guess what I'm hoping is that if this gets pushed to the board meeting, that we at least leave this meeting with some clarity that if donations are received for a specific purpose, that the board would entertain really initiating a program again for the 2022-23 school year and using those donations for that purpose. I'm open to suggestions on how we get there. And if it's at the end of the day, tabling this until the board meeting so that folks can get the answers through the superintendent's report or through representatives from Amos, then so be it. But short of that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm hearing in trustees' comments is that they don't feel that they have all the information right now. So would somebody like to move to table this to the board meeting at the end of the month?
Is the motion on the floor, Chair?
It is because it's come through committee, trustee.
Okay, then I'll just call the question and we can just vote on it if there's a need for there to be a response, and then we can bring it forward again. If it fails, we could bring it forward again when there's more information, because I don't know how you table this because there's so many pieces of it.
Okay, so
Chair, just a point of order if I could.
Yep.
And you can rule this out of order if you can, and I completely understand. As the mover of the motion, I'm just hoping that Trustee Duncan, through you, Trustee Duncan would maybe consider answering my question if she knows who the funder or funders are. I'm just very curious. I appreciate Trustee Whitaker answered, and I accept that. I'm just wondering if Trustee Duncan is able to.
It's up to her whether she chooses to answer or not.
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of all the different donors or how many donors. I know that there's a foundation that's expressed interest. And the name of that foundation, no, I don't have that available to share with my colleagues tonight.
Okay, so Trustee Waters suggested that we call the question for the motion that's on the floor then right now. And then if trustees decide that if this fails at this point in time, we could bring another motion at the board meeting, or if this passes, then it would go to the board meeting. Either way, it could be brought back to the board. So I'm going to call the question on the motion. All those in favor of the motion? Trustee Duncan, Trustee Hensa, Trustee Whitaker, all those opposed to the motion? Trustee Painter, how do you vote?
I'm abstaining.
Okay, abstaining, so. 3. Just a minute. So 1, 2.
It's 3-3.
It's 3-3 with 1 abstention. So the motion fails.
So I'm just going to give you notice of motion to bring a new motion to the board meeting that kind of cleans all of this up. I do think, from what I have heard here is that there is still actually a strong interest in having more information and whatnot, seeing the nods of heads. I just, and I acknowledge that this motion, the way it's worded, is from the previous, and so much of this has already been done, that I think that there is a very, very strong motion that could still be written. And I do think that the board will still, and I'm hopeful that the board will continue to listen, and Amos will come forward. I'm sure they're listening to us now, and we'll come up with some sort of a draft to provide, because I am hearing the questions, and I think they're very valuable, and that we can move forward, because I am really, I think everybody knows I got artsy kids. I don't have athletes, and I think the sooner that we get our kids into that, it's what saved my kids on numerous occasions.
Okay,
That's
so I'm going to ask Trustee Whitaker that as soon as you get the motion crafted, to forward it to staff, so that if there's anything that they need to look into prior to it coming to the board, that they will have time to amass any information that they need to present to us. Okay.
Yeah, let's just all agree to work together on that. I think there's lots of questions, so maybe people can reply to Amos if they have more questions as well, because I know we all received an email today.
Yeah. So
Chair, can I have a point of clarification just around the question piece, because I don't want to lose that track. There was no questions that came forward between our last meeting and this meeting. So if there are questions from colleagues, it would be great if we got them via email, just so that staff have the benefit of having those and be able to be proactive before the board meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent suggestion. So role of the trustee, social media, and operating surplus are coming forward to the next ops meeting. I'm going to suggest that the social media use go to ed policy to sort of lighten the load and spread it around. So that's my suggestion. So could I have a motion to refer role of the trustee and operating surplus to
So moved.
Okay, thank you, to the June ops, and social media use to the June ed policy?
Yep, so moved.
Excellent. All those in favor of those two motions?
Aye.
Aye. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Thank you very much. Have a good sleep, everyone. Good night.